Good morning to everyone. Hopefully it'll be an exciting day. What I'd like to do is call this meeting to order, and it is 9:02. And Angela, if you would please take the roll.
Chair Brager.
Here.
Vice Chair Ariscotta.
There.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
President Acharya.
Present.
Mr. Adams.
Present.
Mr. Cherry. Ms. Connor.
Present.
Dr. Cram. President Donnelly.
Present.
Ms. Ebert. Ms. Harif. President Hilgersom. President Keebler.
Here.
Dr. Nichols. Mr. Osorio Hernandez. President Pollard.
Present.
Mr. Sanchez. President Sandoval. Ms. Sherrado. Dr. Weekly. Mr. Wixom.
I'm here.
You have a quorum of the Regents Committee.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will ask Regent Goodman to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Regent Goodman. I'll read the land acknowledgement now. We'll take a moment to recognize Nevada as we stand on the land of the Washishu, the Numu, the Nuwe, and the Nuwu. And we take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Okay, we will go on to public comment. Is there anyone at GBC that would like public comment?
There is no public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. Is there public comment in the office in Reno?
There is no public comment.
Thank you for that. And public comment here in Las Vegas. And after that, or right before that, let me give the phone number. Do you have it here, Karen? Oh, there, never, sorry about that. The phone number would be dial 669-444-9171. The ID is 933-5568-7402. And more numbers, the passcode is 555555. Thank you, and now we'll go to public comment here in Las Vegas.
Okay. Last time we did this, I was sitting over there 2 years ago. The great chancellors that we've had, and I've worked with every single chancellor we have ever had, they have all been Nevadans. Jane Nichols is the best chancellor we ever had. She's from UNR, and we at UNLV still say she's the best chancellor we ever had. All of the really outstanding chancellors we've had are people who have come up through our system, or been community folks who have been an integral part of NSHE in another way, and they have been the great chancellors. Every other chancellor we've had who's been an outside chancellor hasn't exactly left us on good terms. And we did this last time. We had 3 great candidates who I would have hired instantly into the NSHE in different positions, not just, I didn't think any of them were ready to be chancellor, but they were great people. To be blunt, I wouldn't hire any of these three people into the NSHE for various reasons. We didn't fail the last search. That's a terrible word, fail a search. We learned from our searches. I wish we had learned from the last one that we needed to, not hire a search consultant, not spend all that money, but have our campuses get together, do an open search, and limit it to people who are in our system or in our state, and see what we could do in those circumstances. Because I have no doubt that you would be fighting over which of the outstanding candidates you had if we had done a search and limited it to people who are in our state. So that's just where I am. It just makes no sense to go find, people I just wouldn't hire from out of state and spend six figures doing it when we have and should have gone after and should have rewarded the people who are in this state who we know can do the job and who are really good at it. And now I'm gonna go do what you pay me actually to do. Thanks.
Bill and I have never spoken public comment, so we don't know how to work this mic. I apologize. Patrick Villa, CSN math professor, former faculty senate chair. Unfortunately, I did not get to witness the forums because I was actually teaching classes, so I missed out on that. But I'm speaking on behalf of the faculty who I've heard from already at CSN. They're less than enthused about the three finalists. I don't know yet. You guys are going to interview them. I'm sure you're going to grill them good and find out. I would just ask you to leave open the option that if you're not 100% impressed with them and there isn't somebody who's just knocking it out of the park, it's not the worst thing to not say failed search, but not hire, go back in the pool, continue, whatever the case. Only I just compare it to when we hire faculty. We don't want just somebody because we need somebody. We want the best. Not the best of the three, not the best of the finalists, but we want the best person that will be here for many, many years. So I hope that I'm wrong and that there's a couple, or the faculty are wrong, that there's a couple, one or two great people today. But if you have any hesitation, I ask you, don't neglect that. Consider the option that you can just do other things, because it's going to be I know we don't want to do this again. We want to get done. We don't want to keep this process going. We want to fill the spot. But it's a lot more work and a lot more difficult if you have to do this again in a year because you get rid of the person or they walk out on us. So please just make sure you get the best for NSHE for us. And I leave it all to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lahana Pierce, Vice President of Nevada State University, and I'm here today because I care not just about our campus and one campus, but about every student, faculty member, and staff member across all NSHE institutions. We're in a moment where higher education is being tested and where the values we claim to hold, especially around diversity, equity, and inclusion, are being questioned, even pushed aside at the national level. This is why the decision you're making is so important. We need a chancellor who won't back down when things get hard. Someone who understands that DEI isn't about politics, it's about people. It's about creating spaces where every student, no matter where they are or where they come from, have a real chance to thrive. Right now, many of us are feeling uncertainty, but the right leader can bring hope, strength, and clarity, not just for one campus, but for all of NSHE. I urge you to choose someone who sees DEI as core to that vision and who's willing to lead with heart, purpose, and courage. Thank you for your time and consideration.
No callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We will go on to item number 2, which is the committee will consider approval of the minutes of the November 14th, 2024 meeting. Do I have any additions, corrections, or a motion on the floor?
Motion for approval.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
I'll slow down for you, Jeff. Okay, thank you for that. We are now going to, myself and the representatives of Greenwood, Asher & Associates will provide a brief review of the search process to date and announce the finalists for Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. And I will share those names with you that's been out there in the public, and they are Dr. T.J. Bliss, Richard L. Ludwig, and Matt McNair. And I'd like to now turn this over to the search firm and let you give any information that you have before we go on to hearing from each candidate.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm Julie Holly with Greenwood Asher and Associates. We are the firm that has had the privilege of working with Regent Prager on identifying candidates and ending up where we are today. I'm joined by my colleague, Suzanne Griffin, who is stepping in for Jim Johnson, who unfortunately is not able to be here today. So Suzanne, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. I'm thrilled to be with you. I had the good fortune of facilitating some of the forums yesterday and meeting some of the people both in Reno and here in Vegas. It was a wonderful time, and obviously there are people who are very interested in the decisions you're going to make today. I am Suzanne Griffin. I'm a senior leader with Greenwood Asher, and I'll be in a supporting role today to Julie, as my work was really to facilitate forums yesterday, but I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I also want to recognize Itza Walters from our team, who played an integral role in helping us recruit candidates for the position, and just wanted to recognize her. Also, we'd like to recognize Regent Prager for all of her hard work and support throughout the search process, as well as Chief of Staff Karen, and I'm going to not say this, Nicola Jewski, for all of her hard work and support throughout the process. I don't think we would be here today without the two of them leading us through this process. We're pleased to bring you the results of our work, 3 highly qualified candidates who are eager to meet with you today. They're the product of a national search that included these key steps. We did a lot of research and background work into your system's specific needs and interests. We, in conjunction with the board, we prepared a position profile that described the opportunity, the system, your beautiful state, and it also stated the required and preferred qualifications for the role. We also did strategic recruiting for candidates whose personal qualities, backgrounds and experiences and skills meet your requirements. And then we did rigorous vetting, including document reviews, social media checks, interviews conducted by Regent Prager, referencing and feedback from open forums that were conducted yesterday, as Suzanne mentioned, both in Reno and Las Vegas. And we've enjoyed those tremendously, and I think the candidates came back even more energized about the opportunity as a result of those interactions. The goal of our work today is to recommend which of the 3 candidates should be selected by the Board of Regents to serve as Chancellor. Regent Prager, do you want me to go into process now, or?
That would be fine, because
Okay.
before we bring the candidate in, we will share how we will go ahead and do this.
Okay. So the goal will be met that I just referenced using the following process. For each candidate, I will provide you with a brief introduction, which includes a summary of what we've learned in our referencing, a report on the feedback that we received from the open forums that were attended by over 200 unique attendees over Zoom, and approximately 40 in-person attendees as well. And then through that, following that, each candidate received feedback in the form of survey results, which we'll share with you as well. Once our review is completed, Regent Prager will then begin the interview process with each candidate. The candidate will be brought in the room, and you have your interview questions, which have already been, each of you have been given a specific question to ask. And then once those questions are completed, the candidate will have approximately 10 minutes or so to ask questions of you all. And then at the end of that process, the candidate will be given a few minutes to make a closing statement to you. We have also provided you with a rubric tied to the profile for the position that you're encouraged to use as a guide to evaluate the candidates. It's really just a place for you to take notes and identify strengths that you see in the candidates, and then any areas of question or concern that you might want to be addressed. And so that will be important as we get to the latter stage at the end of all 3 interviews, which is when you'll have the opportunity to share feedback on the candidates in terms of strengths and any areas of question or concern that you might have in order to ensure that they have the support they need to be successful. And then this will be followed by the Regent members of the committee sharing their assessments under item 7. And when that discussion is done, the Regent members of the committee will decide which candidate or candidates to recommend to the full board for consideration tomorrow. Any questions about process or either a search process or the interview process?
Anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue on. I usually know how to work the button. What we will do now is start with our first candidate. And if you would like to, are they going to bring him into the room, or you want to go ahead? Go over your information first. Sorry
I'll
about
do
that.
my brief overview.
Yes, please do.
And apologies for reading, but there's a lot of information, and I want to be sure
That's
that
fine.
I am accurate in my sharing it. As Regent Brager stated, Dr. T.J. Bliss will be the first candidate that you'll be meeting with. He has served as the Chief Academic Officer of the Idaho State Board of Education, and that's an organization that oversees 8 institutions, including R1, R2, baccalaureate, and community colleges. He's also serving as a clinical assistant professor in the College of Education, Health, and Human Sciences at the University of Idaho. He previously served as the Chief Advancement Officer of Wiki Education from 2017 to 2020, and prior to that, he was a Program Officer of Education for the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation from 2014 to 2017. He received his PhD from Brigham Young University, his Master's in Biological Sciences from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. As I mentioned, we did significant referencing on these candidates. With TJ, we spoke with 8 referees, including current and former supervisors, peers, and direct reports, as well as off-list referees. And he was highly recommended by all of the referees that we spoke with. In terms of some highlights from the comments that the referees shared, and these are not direct quotes, because and we're not able to share with you who said what, because when we reach out to the references, we are able to speak with them, and they're able to provide us good information because we assure them that their information will be kept confidential. But in some of the highlights that we heard, TJ is a highly accomplished Chief Academic Officer with extensive experience in the academic sector, overseeing both 4- and 2-year institutions. He's demonstrated exceptional leadership and visionary capabilities. He collaborates effectively with executive directors, university presidents, and provosts, guiding them through complex challenges and helping to realize their strategic goals. One noted that his most notable achievement is his success in mending and strengthening the relationship between the state board and the universities and fostering a collaborative atmosphere. His servant leadership, dedication, and integrity make him an exemplary candidate for this position. He's viewed as being ready to hit the ground running. He has energy to spare. He's energized by relationship building and collaborative work on challenging issues. He has an engaging management style, and keen political acumen enable him to navigate the intricacies of the academic environment seamlessly. He's been identified as an engaged servant leader who values close relationships with team members. He's demonstrated the ability to efficiently communicate and manage with a top-down structure without overstepping boundaries. He's unafraid to lead, but he also embraces and appreciates the burden and obligations of leadership and wants to do a great job on behalf of the people he serves. His approach and work style are to be as inclusive as possible with initiatives and the direction of the board, especially when it comes to changing policies and procedures that could impact students and institutions negatively. He recognizes that obtaining input from the institutions is critical, and he's keenly aware of the stakeholders and the dynamics of the system to ensure appropriate voices are heard. Some of the specific strengths that were noted, he has state-level system leadership experience. He knows and understands the issues in the Western states. He has excellent communication skills. He has exceptional leadership capabilities, strong interpersonal skills. He's a team player. He's strategic. high emotional IQ. He's accountable, good time management skills, viewed as a problem solver, someone of the highest integrity, highly enthusiastic, relationship builder, bold in his ideas, collaborative, and transparent. We also asked the referees for any areas of growth that they noted about TJ, and generally they said that his strong leadership and communication skills, along with his enthusiasm for collaborative work and ability to handle ambiguous goals, position him well for success in a new role. However, gaining familiarity with new systems, understanding new stakeholders, and utilizing executive coaching will be key areas for growth and support during his transition. That said, they do believe that based upon his experience and success in previous roles, he's capable and will be successful in this role. Some potential for professional development in faculty dynamics, despite his current faculty role, was viewed as being helpful. And then another referee said executive coaching, but they referenced that would be important for anyone stepping into a new position like this. And finally, a number noted that it will be important for him to be able to get to know quickly the new group of stakeholders and the dynamics of the respective institutions. But anyone who's new to a position from outside Nevada would encounter the same challenges, and he's up for that challenge. In terms of yesterday's forum results, TJ had 35 respondents to the survey. And of those 35 respondents, 66% of the respondents expressed very high or high support for his candidacy. Some of the strengths that were noted, he has a strong stance on diversity, equity, and inclusion and student access. His familiarity with system-level operations and governance were noted. He's open about uncertainties and committed to finding solutions. They viewed him as an effective speaker, heartfelt and genuine. They pointed to his system experience in a system that was viewed as being similar to NSHE. He demonstrated that he knows how to build strong relationships with staff and colleagues, has a commitment to transparency. He promotes a thriving culture and environments for staff. He's enthusiastic about the role and committed to the region's stability. And he's described as a policy enthusiast with a strong mission belief. He has the other thing that was noted, he has a long-term commitment. He has a strong desire to be in the chancellor role for the long haul, indicating stability and dedication. In terms of any areas of growth or areas where he might need support, what was noted in the surveys was that he will need to gain insights into the varied needs of Nevada's diverse student population. It will also be important for him to acquire knowledge of Nevada's diverse communities and cultural differences, which may differ from previous experience in developing familiarity with key initiatives designed to support students in a majority-minority serving system like Nevada. Becoming acquainted with the nuances and unique aspects of Nevada's higher education, including gaining a thorough understanding of Nevada's historical and current policies to inform culturally respectful decisions, ensuring vision and leadership to encompass the broader complexity of NSHE, including the universities, colleges, and research institutions. It will be also important for him to ensure that he's aligned with the board's vision and NSHE's strategic plan while contributing his expertise and new ideas, developing an executive presence and strategic resolve for strengthening collaboration between the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Regents, engaging and in nuanced conversation with boards and stakeholders. And then prioritizing early engagement with elected officials and local stakeholders to understand the political dynamics and build relationships. And then finally, it was noted that it will be important for him to continue to grow in his knowledge of areas like CPL, dual enrollment, CTE recruitment, and DEI integration. And then receiving short-term support and handling the budget side of NSHE operations was also noted as an area where he might need some support.
Thank you very much for your report. Right before we welcome this first candidate, you do have a rubric that if you'd like to use, that's for your personal use. And at the very end today, I will explain how we will continue the process for any comments, strengths, weaknesses, whatever you feel is important at that time. So we will Look forward to welcoming the candidate into the room. Good morning. Good to see you again. And I've watched you the last 2 days also, so that was always gave me a little bit more opportunity. We really appreciate your interest in our role in the system of higher education here in Nevada, and congratulations for making it to this point in the process. So just to let you know how we're going to do this, and you're welcome to sit or stand. Everybody has other comforts that they like, so whatever you would like to do in your comfort. There are 9 questions in 60 minutes, so please be mindful of time as we move along. After our questions of you, we'll provide an additional 10 minutes for you to ask questions of us and provide a brief closing statement. We're going to start with, if there's no questions from you, you're welcome on. I'd like you to be comfortable, and so that's great. We are going to start with Regent Stephanie Goodman, and each of you see what questions you have. When that is finished, if you would continue on, that would be great. So we are going to start this process, and again, welcome you to our state and to this interview process.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Bliss. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to you, and we're grateful that you applied for this position. My name is Stephanie Goodman, and my question for you is, higher education generally and the Nevada system of higher education in particular face many challenges. What do you think are the top 2 or 3 challenges facing our system, and how do you think your skills and experience prepare you to face them as our next chancellor?
Thank you, Regent Goodman, and thank you, Chair Brager. So there are a lot of challenges, and picking 2 or 3 is hard to do. But for me, the experience that I've had, the challenges of decreasing perception or deteriorating perception of the value of higher education nationwide and in local communities, particularly in rural communities, rural remote communities, that is a challenge that I think we need to face head on and figure out how to show value to those communities. Another challenge, of course, is the uncertainty, maybe even crisis, if you will, that we're facing right now in the federal government. Not making a political statement, but just the realities of not knowing what's going to happen next, particularly with research funding, the F&A reduction potential, and then just shoring up higher education in the minds of the people in terms of this is something that is for them, right? So I'll come back to that's really about the value question. And we've been grappling with that ourselves, just north of you here, in communities that really are wondering what is in this for them, right? And our community colleges are really leading the charge on this. Our universities are as well, they recognize the need, but the community colleges in Idaho, which I have the privilege of helping to lead and work closely with their presidents and provosts, they are really getting out there and finding out what the communities that they serve want from them, what they're going to need. They obviously have their own ideas about what is valuable for them in terms of their expertise around long-term educational goals, but really leaning into workforce development, career technical education, and finding out the very specific needs of communities in their orbit. And I'm really optimistic about the future if our institutions recognize that they cannot take for granted their inherent value. Higher education has been around for hundreds of years, and it's taken a bit of a wake-up call to realize, oh, we actually have to make a case for ourselves sometimes, and we have to show our communities why we're there. Nevada is in a really good place relative to some other places in this country when it comes to this question of value. But we can't ignore what's coming, and we can't ignore those trends. So that's one piece. With the uncertainty piece and the crisis that we're facing, potential enrollment cliffs in the future, I know Nevada's in a good position there as well, but figuring out these sorts of financial implications, having a plan for this, being aware and monitoring very carefully what's going to happen, but not being reactionary. That's how we're approaching this. I know that's how you're approaching this as well. I've appreciated the leadership of your board of Chancellor Charlton and her team and the institutional leaders, we're watching how you're responding to this as well, and appreciate the desire to not overreact to what's going on, but to be proactive and to figure those things out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Bliss. My name is Kevin Osorio Hernandez. I am the proud chair of the Nevada Student Alliance, where I get to represent over 110,000 students across the Nevada system of higher education. And I'm also going to graduate this year. My question is, Nevada is one of the fastest growing states in America. People are attracted to our dynamic economy and high quality of life. What opportunities do you see for how higher education system can contribute to continued progress at local, regional, and statewide levels? What specific steps would you take to engage all of our institutions in pursuit of those opportunities?
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for volunteering to lead as a student, and congratulations on your pending graduation. It is exciting that Nevada is a growing state, and the opportunities are real. I mentioned this in my open forum remarks that only 27% of Nevadans are born here. So most people come from out of state here, and they are in search of big things and big ideas, and Nevada is attracting a lot of great people. You're experiencing a brain gain. Our state in Idaho is experiencing a brain drain right now, and so we're jealous of that. But it's not enough to just attract people from outside. The institutions, the system, NSHE needs to ensure that you're attracting and retaining the youth of Nevada, that they feel like this is a place for them where they can stay, where they can get the training and skills that they need to participate in the industries that are growing here, and that they have the opportunity here, that they don't have to go somewhere else to get that opportunity. Thankfully, the institutions have those programs. They're keeping up with this. UNR has increased its percentage of STEM graduates, which is remarkable and important, especially in the areas of advanced technical manufacturing and other areas. And those are important specific steps, are to identify what are those in-demand programs at each institution that each institution is uniquely prepared to offer or to expand or enhance, and then continuing to provide support to Nevadans through financial aid, through scholarships, targeted efforts. One area that has already been identified by you in your excellent strategic plan is a direct admissions program, potentially exploring that. Idaho was first in the nation. We've been doing direct admissions now for 8 or 9 years, and it has had an impact. It tells students who are graduating from high school who might not have thought that there was a place for them in higher education that they're welcome, that they belong, that they'll be supported, and it's meaningful. What it's done particularly is it has helped the students who maybe didn't think that they could go on. Of course, those who have that on their to-do list and they've always been planning to go, it helps them as well, but that's not really who we're targeting. We're targeting the students who wouldn't otherwise have thought that. Maybe they're not hearing that at the dinner table. Or maybe they're hearing the opposite, that college isn't valuable. Honestly, I've heard that from my own son. So that's swirling in his high school, that college isn't worth it. And we have to have these real conversations. I don't know that he needs to go on to an R1 institution and get a liberal arts degree. That's not for him. But I know he loves welding. His first purchase was a forge. I don't know why it was his first purchase. But he likes working with his hands. And so encouraging him and providing, that's another specific step, is what are we doing as institutions to ensure that all the way through down into high school, even into middle school, that we're providing opportunities for students to understand what career paths there are for them, that they can continue and receive education in our system here. So those are some specific steps that we are taking, and I'm looking forward to you taking. It's in your strategic plan. So I would look forward to helping to lead those and expand. Great question. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Dr. Bliss. I have question number 3. NSHE is a system of 8 institutions, including research universities, a state university, community colleges, and an environmental research institute, working together to serve the higher education needs of our communities and our state. Please describe your experience leading a high-impact collaboration in a college and university system. What was your role? What process did you follow? What was the outcome? And how would you apply that experience as our Chancellor?
Thank you, Regent Downs. So Idaho has 8 institutions, 3 universities, 1 state college that is asking to be a university next week, 4 community colleges. We lack a research institution, a research institute like DRI, but we do have the Idaho National Lab that functions in some ways similarly to a research institute and works very closely with our institutions on nuclear research and other things. So I have a lot of experience working in and leading and being a senior leader in a system that has a lot of similarities to Nevada. Nevada is ahead of Idaho in a lot of ways, and Idaho has taken the lead on some things, particularly things identified in your strategic plan. You asked about my process in working with all of these institutions. I work really closely with the presidents and the provosts on the strategic priorities of our board. And one of my main roles is to help ensure that our institutions are rowing in the same direction with our board. That can be difficult at times. They each have, like in Nevada, their own unique identities, their unique histories, their unique missions, their unique brands, their unique fan bases and alumni. And we, at the same time, strongly believe in systemness. Our board members preach systemness. And it's important because it's easy. What I've learned is that it's easy for our institutions to forget that they're part of a system sometimes and to go off into wandering paths even a little bit. And so it requires constant communication, constant collaboration, constantly being together. So our board ensures that they get around to each of the institutions. I know you do as well on a regular basis and have presence there. For me, finding those connections, those key strategies that make sense for our institutions, that fit their needs and contexts, that is part of the process that we go through. So communicating early and often with them, being on point with those individuals, and ensuring that our board understands when issues are arising. So one of my main jobs is to be the liaison to our board, particularly to our board committees responsible for instruction, research, and student affairs, which is the bulk of the work that we do in higher education. And we, one of the outcomes that we've had, which I'm really proud of, it's taken a lot of work around this idea of systemness and meeting our institutions where they are, but also putting expectations on them and inviting them to be accountable to the entire state, not just to their own mission and identity. And that is, we were able to get them to adopt a statewide single learning management system, which was intended for students and faculty alike, to ensure that students who swirl among our system, as I'm sure yours do as well, from community college into other institutions, that they don't have to learn a whole new system when they move, when they transfer. That's really important. And that faculty, who also tend to swirl a bit in our system, also don't have to learn a whole new system when they move around. And that was a big deal, but not every institution was ready to move to that all at once. We had institutions who were already there with the vendor that we went with. We had others that weren't there that needed support and time. And then we had some that weren't even paying a vendor but had a large staff. And that was a painful change for them. And we were able to give them the runway to get there over multiple years to ultimately achieve this outcome that we do have this actual efficiency, and in the process save $2 million a year on a single technology solution. But that technology solution is our digital campus. Everyone is in that learning management system. Every course in Idaho is technically online somehow, because every faculty member uses that learning management system and their online components. So having that single system is really important. So Regent Downs, there were a lot of questions in there. I hope I answered most of them.
Thank you. If I could follow up, I'm curious what learning management system you've gone with.
Yes, Canvas with Instructure. And that was done through a process of collaboration with our CIOs, CTOs, provosts, and even the presidents to ensure that we were using the right system for our state. It might not always be the right system for our state, And so we try to keep our ears on the ground with our institutions, recognizing what a huge lift it is to change something like that that's in every aspect of the institution.
Thank you.
A substantial portion of our revenue is provided by the state of Nevada. So a positive and trusting relationship with the legislature, the governor, and the public are critical. Please describe your experience working with community, state, and federal officials, and how, based on that experience, you would build and sustain those key relationships to support higher education in our state. And I would ask, as a little aside, have you had a chance to look at our financial system? If so, what's your reaction to that?
Thank you, Dr. Cram. That's a really important question. And yes, I've looked at the GovRec. I've looked at the amount of funding that comes from your legislature versus registration and fees. I've looked at the incredible support over the years that the state of Nevada provides to NSHE and to the institutions, and I'm exceedingly jealous. That is not the kind of support that we have in Idaho, and it has been decreasing year over year, and that's been problematic because that pushes things onto the backs of students or making very existential decisions in our institutions. So I'll start with the question on your side, is that I am familiar with that. I understand the issues around COLA and the funding, the structural deficit that is projected right now. Optimistic for an upgrade in May on that projection to fix that structural deficit, because otherwise there's going to be some hard decisions that this board is going to have to make and the institutional leaders are going to have to make. So starting with your aside, in terms of my experience working with elected officials, legislators, the governor's office, and the public in general, is I spend a lot of time doing that in my current role. And I've done that in other roles as well prior, both from the K-12 side, when I was the Director of Assessment and Accountability for our Department of Education, as well as in my current role as the Chief Academic Officer, but also when I was in California and actually was able to bring about a massive increase in funding in California from the governor's office for open educational resources in community colleges, $115 million a year for those institutions. So I have a long experience, decade or more, of working with legislators, working with governors' offices. And right now, our session just ended last Friday. And so we're now thinking about next session, and we're every year, so we start thinking about that right away. I know you do as well, even though you're 2 years out. It's important to be planning and understand what those themes are going to be. My experience is I work on specific bills with our legislators that relate to and impact academic affairs, that impact our research, that impact our institutions, our office, our system. This year, we did a lot of work on DEI, as you may be aware. Our legislature has some concerns about how our institutions are operating. And there was a major bill that was passed just last week on the last day of session that is going to be very challenging to implement. But it could have been worse. And I was able to work directly with the sponsors of those bills, as well as with our team, internally external affairs team, to ensure that those legislators understood the impact and the unintended consequences. It's typically in those unintended consequences, things that they can't foresee because, let's face it, they're not experts in higher education either, right? They're elected to serve the people that elected them, and they're doing the best they can on this. And so if we can build those strong relationships of trust with them, then we can also bring a perspective of expertise, of experience, of understanding of our system. And I found that when we try not to treat people we disagree with contempt, but rather with dignity, that we get a lot further. We can disagree on things, we can dislike things, we can be passionate in our dislike for things or even perspectives, but I don't find any value, and I've never found value in disliking a person, in vilifying or demonizing another human being, even if I disagree with them, even if I think they don't like me or they see me as their perceived enemy. I find it hard to perceive them as my enemy. From a pragmatic standpoint, it doesn't get me anything. I won't succeed if I do, but from a pure, authentic place, it doesn't feel good. So when I interact with folks that I would hope would be supporting us but aren't, or with folks that are supporting us but have their own agendas and own ideas. I always start from that place of dignity and respect for the human involved and the people they represent, all of those people that they represent, that their outcomes, the things they want to accomplish, are just important to them as my outcomes are to me. And starting there, we've been able to be a lot more productive. It doesn't always result in the outcome we want, but maintaining those good relationships is critical and vital. And that's what I would bring to my interactions with your legislators, with the governor, and with the other stakeholders involved. So thank you for that good question.
Thank you.
Good morning. Valerie Connor, Faculty Senate Council of Chairs. My question is, the relationship between the system office and the campuses is critical in serving our students and the state. Please describe a difficult issue you have faced in the relationship between a system office and a campus. What was the issue? How did you address it? What was the outcome, and how would you apply that experience as our chancellor?
Thank you, Valerie. It's a great question. So an example of an issue that we've been grappling with for the past year or two is that we don't have a medical school in Idaho. We have a private osteopathic school, and we're part of WWAMI, which is the Washington, Wyoming, Alaska, Idaho, Montana, Idaho collaborative, but through the University of Washington Medical School. We have Idaho State University has a lot of our healthcare programs, and we have a healthcare crisis right now. So I've been leading our state, our governor's task force on the statewide healthcare workforce shortage working group. And so we have all these things happening. And we have one of our institutions that really wants to expand their health professions offerings. They want to expand on the programs that they offer, and in some cases, bring on programs that one of our other institution has a statewide responsibility for. And this has created a bit of conflict between the two institutions, but also with the board office and the board itself in terms of what is the long-term goal. Unfortunately, we don't have a long-term strategy right now for healthcare programs in Idaho. And because of that, there's a vacuum there, and there's institutions with good motive who want to step into that and be part of that. But there are people in the legislature and even some board members perhaps that have a different perspective. And so it's created a bit of conflict there, and that has circled right and landed squarely on my desk. So how to handle this disagreement and this difficulty between two institutions, between two presidents. The way that I've handled that is by working really closely and leveraging the long-term relationships that I already have with the academic leaders, the ones who are actually going to implement these programs on campus, and working very closely with them to make sure that they have all the information, that they have the perspective of our board members, that they have the perspective that we're hearing from we call it across the street because the legislature, the Capitol's right across the street from our legislature, and making sure that we're not letting long periods of time go without communicating. That's when there's difficulty, when there's a challenge. The worst thing I found is getting focused on other things and letting things just swirl. So with that, we've been able to work together with our board to find solutions to how we're going to approach these programs. Some of those were hard decisions. A denial of a program. That rarely happens, but it did happen in this case. It required a lot of diplomacy, a lot of understanding. There were a lot of emotions, even tears over this. But we were able to get through it, and today we still maintain really good relationships. And we have work to do, and we've identified what that work is. And that work is building a robust strategy. So the board now knows that the burden is on them to provide direction. And this is what the institutions want. They tell me all the time, just tell us what the board wants. I said, well, then that's our work to get the board there. And that's the next step. So I think that's actually a good outcome for the board to realize, okay, this is now our role. We need to figure this out. And I think that's success at this point. There's work to be done, but we're there at that point. Thanks.
Good morning, Dr. Bliss. I'm Amy Carvalho. In the face of declining enrollment and increasing financial headwinds, tough decisions come to the Chancellor, decisions that require difficult choices between competing priorities. How do you think about this kind of decision in general, and provide an example of a tough fiscal decision you needed to make? What was your role? What was the result? And what did you learn that you would apply here?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So you're right, and it's only getting worse in terms of financial challenges and really in the uncertainty. And I'm no stranger to tough choices around these things. I have a fairly large budget that I'm responsible for, and we're trying and we had a lot of money that came in during the pandemic that we really had to get out there pretty quickly. I think the biggest one, though, comes back to this issue of healthcare. So our traditional budget model is that our institutions would submit their requests, their line item requests, additions to their base budget directly to the governors or to our office, and then that would be rolled into a single governor's recommendation. And one year the governor changed that approach and asked the institutions to collaborate on a budget collectively. That might not sound like a big deal. I'm not sure if that sounds like a big deal, but it was a big deal. It required a lot of compromise. It required a lot of work that the presidents and other leaders at the institutions had to go forward. It required a lot of leadership on the part of the board staff, our office. And through blood, sweat, and tears, we got there. We got to a request that met the needs not only of the universities, but also of the community colleges. The community colleges weren't happy and the universities weren't happy, but they agreed that this was something that was going to make a difference. And it was all about building capacity, right? Expanding our nursing programs, expanding our psychology programs, and other key areas of need, particularly in rural and remote areas. So advising was in there. And there were a few other things that got put into this single collaborative line item. We were able to get the presidents there. We were able to get the institutions there. And then because of political things and priorities, a week before the session started, that whole budget got rejected, turned away by the governor. And the pain that caused, the difficulty that caused, the damage that had to be repaired was pretty big. And the reverberations of that into future sessions and future budget setting are still there. And so we navigate that now every year. And my work and my role in that is to continue to help the institutions move forward in this face of uncertainty, which is a financial difficulty in terms of they do not have the funds they need to meet the needs of our state. They don't have the funds they need to expand the programs in the way that we need to expand the programs to just meet the gaps, let's say in nursing. 900 new nurses, that's our gap every year. 900 nurses, and our population is not huge, so that's a lot of nurses. And we're still fighting for that. So I continued in that role and brought those collaborative, that same line item back, updated it, and brought it back for the next session. We weren't successful again. We're hopeful in this coming session we will be. But keeping that on the radar, keeping hope alive at our institutions has been part of the process here as well. I would bring that same kind of approach, recognizing you're not gonna win them all, but you need to know when to keep fighting for something. You need to be able to, and I feel like we can keep fighting. We have that check. We have that relationship with our governor's office to know we can keep fighting for that. We understand that it wasn't something outright that they didn't want. It was a political expediency. There was something that was a higher priority that needed to happen, and this would have put it at risk. But still, we need to keep the pedal down on that, and we've been doing that. And so I'm really hopeful in the coming session we'll actually be able to start cracking that really difficult nut of capacity.
Good morning. I'm Bill Kibler. I'm the acting president of the College of Southern Nevada. Community colleges in the state of Nevada are extremely important to the economic development and vitality of the communities we serve. Equally as important is serving a diverse student population. Please provide your thoughts on how Nevada's community colleges will play a role in your vision of NSHE and expanding or enhancing higher education in Nevada.
Thank you, President Kibler. I love community colleges. I've worked with community colleges for a long period of my career, even before this role. Recognized early that community colleges are the lifeblood, often, of the communities that they serve. They're the center, the focus. The community revolves around them. You know that because you're there. And that's the case with us as well. I think that the role, and in terms of my vision for the system here, the role of community colleges is one critical. Like it cannot be overstated how important the community college system is. Also to the vitality of our universities here. The universities and the community colleges need to work together. And we've faced this challenge a bit. We have the community colleges who will say, the universities need to tell us what they need in terms of building pathways in, and the universities will say the community colleges need to tell us what they need. And there's this little bit of an impasse. And I see the role of a board like this and an office like this, a system like this, of helping overcome those impasses and really build those transfer pathways, system-wide transfer pathways, so that that huge proportion of your students who are in those transfer degrees are seamless. That whether that's co-enrollment, we're considering that. So we have direct admissions. We've been doing that for a decade now. We're now starting to talk about direct transfer. So if you're a student at a community college, there's a point at which you would get a communication saying, congratulations, you've been admitted to the University of Nevada, Reno. You're here. Hopefully earlier than that, right? That they would see that from the beginning. And we have some of those programs as well where they're co-admitted and co-enrolled from the start. So that's that piece. But not every student's going to go on to university. So I'm talking about this from the system level. So then what's the relationship with workforce development? What's the relationship with career technical education, with the industry partners, right? The universities have strong industry partner relationships that need to continue and they need to thrive, particularly around the research endeavor and employment of their students, of course. But the community colleges also need to be very integrated with their industry partners and provide those opportunities, whether that's through apprenticeships, whether that's through internships, probably less, but those sorts of early connections I think are important. So that's where I see community colleges fitting and the value that I would see them being in any vision. All of the things that you identify, or most of the things you identified in Success by Design, need the community colleges to be successful in order for those initiatives to be successful. So that's my answer to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bliss.
Thank you, Dr. Bliss. We expect the Chancellor to be a highly inclusive and consultative leader, and at the same time, we expect timely decisions. How, in your experience, have you balanced managing a system, fostering relationships with the board, and engaging with the diverse array of campuses in your system? Second question, how would you relate that experience if you are selected to be our next Chancellor?
Thank you. Regent Arascata. This is a delicate dance between shared governance, public input, and, as you mentioned, timely decision-making. And I don't think that will change. I think that's always the way it's going to be. Higher education is unique in that there's an expectation of public input. We've heard that this morning. We're going to hear more of it. And so I value that. I want to start by saying that. Like, I value shared governance not just because it's been around and it's an expectation, but because I've actually found it valuable. I found it to be very important in developing the best outcome. I've also seen it, as I think you're alluding to, slow things down to the point that decisions don't get made. And that's also harmful. So that's the delicate dance I'm talking about. So a really good example of this, so I'll say this, what you're seeing happening at the federal level right now and nationally, we've been grappling with in Idaho for 5 years. So we're well down that pathway. And early on in this conversation, I'll call it a conversation between our higher education institutions and our elected leaders, we identified a few things that we could do. One of those was to improve dramatically. We had a pretty weak policy at the state level or at the board level around academic freedom. And academic freedom has come up as a divisive issue even, particularly for our legislature and even our board members, who none of them really come out of higher ed. And so understanding what academic freedom is and also academic responsibility. And there's a balance there as well. So identifying that as an opportunity that we could improve upon the board's guidance toward our institutions, our faculty around academic freedom, we wanted to improve that policy that hadn't been touched for 20 years. And so over the summer, we were able to bring together, I thought in a very timely manner, a very robust, collaborative, shared governance process where it was an open call. Any faculty member, any administrator, any student really that wanted to be part of that conversation was part of it. And I was the one who facilitated it. So we brought them together. This was in the middle of the pandemic, so it was all virtual. We brought them together, I think on a bi-weekly basis, like 2 times a week, because of how urgent we needed to do this, but we needed to ensure that it had all the input. And the result of that was a much improved policy, so much so that the faculty senate at our land-grant institution, who are strongly opinionated about things, threw out their academic freedom policy and wholesale adopted the board's policy. They didn't want to be in contention with that, but I saw that as a huge mark of success, that it wasn't even a question. It was a unanimous vote. This is better. This is up to date. This is where we are. And I love also that this policy brought balance between academic freedom of faculty and the academic freedom of students and the academic freedom of the institutions, which are often in tension with one another. Something I learned through that process, because I was not an academic freedom scholar or expert at the time. I feel a lot more well-versed in it now. But this approach, this facilitative approach, facilitation is one of, I would say, if I had a superpower, it would be facilitation. I love it. It's just something I enjoy doing, bringing people together with divergent ideas, even passionate divergent ideas, and getting them to some convergence. And I found that when we do that well, even if people disagree at the end, if they were part of the process, they can move forward and they can move on. It's when they're not part of the process that they don't move on, that they stay stuck there by and large. And so the importance of bringing people together, I can't overstate. And this is, I would bring that same approach here with issues like this. Did I answer all of the questions, the parts of that? There was a second question.
There we go. The second part of the question was, how would you relate that experience if you were selected to be our next chancellor?
Yeah, I think I started answering that one. I mean, in general, it's a part of how I operate, and so I wouldn't lay that aside. I think it's even more important. There's going to be challenges. There are going to be tension between the board, the institutions. That will always be the case. I don't have some grand vision that all the tension will go away. It's more about navigating through it and making sure people are heard. And you do a really good job of that. I'll be honest, in 5 years, I think I've seen one public comment in our board meetings. I don't know why, yeah, it's puzzling to me. It's such a, I know you probably would like that, but it's a breath of fresh air to see how open you are and that people can come and speak their minds. It speaks to me that they know they can say what they need to say without consequence to them. And that's really important culture that you have here. Something I've noted that would be something to build on if I were the chancellor, to say, look, you have people who, they don't have a fear of coming, standing right here and telling you how they see it. That's incredible. We don't have that really, I feel like. I don't know why. So thank you.
Before we can continue on letting you share more information, Mr. Hernandez, you had a question, a follow-up.
Yes, thank you for your indulgence. I wanted to quickly follow up. I know you touched briefly in a couple of different questions, this aspect of the issues within Idaho on diversity, right? As you know, throughout your research of our system, that we are a majority minority system. We serve immigrant students, first-generation students, students who identify in different ways, Native students, differently abled students, whose voices aren't always centered within different conversations, right? I guess, what key lessons did you learn from your experience in Idaho as you described you faced over the past 5 years? And in my conversations with other students, right, too, I think one of the things that we're looking for in a new chancellor is this unapologetic commitment to belonging in our system. Mm-hmm. And personally, I don't want to see the Idahoification of Nevada, right? Could you describe a little more about your experience there?
Yes, thank you. Really, really critical question. I don't want to see the Idahoification of Nevada either in those ways. Maybe in some other ways, some of the initiatives that you have in your strategic plan that we can learn from there. But when it comes to these issues, you have such strength in diversity here. And the goal of ensuring everyone feels like they belong, that there's belonging. And belonging is not just, belonging is different than conforming. That's not what we're talking about. Belonging is feeling like you're welcome as you are. That's the key. I have been working on this issue I have worked on these issues in places where people are antagonistic and openly hostile to DEI as a concept or as an ideology or however they define it. And I've worked in areas where it's completely the opposite, where actively pursuing and pushing those issues. As a program officer at the Hewlett Foundation, DEI is front and center around access, affordability, belonging, ensuring that folks who haven't had the opportunities for reasons outside their control have more opportunity, right? All of those things. So I am committed to those principles and have learned through this process that if we can identify the goals, what are the goals of DEI initiatives, programs, approaches, mindset, then we can focus on those, right? Rather than on the programs or initiatives or even the words. The problem is the words themselves have become problematic, and that is a problem, and we can't ignore that. And we have been able to, I feel like my staff and I and our board has been able to continue to promote belonging, promote access, promote even inclusion and diversity and equity in Idaho by focusing on the student needs, by ensuring we're focusing on the outcomes that we want to achieve through these programs, even if we can't use the words, even if we have to take punitive cuts. Our institutions took $2 million, our universities, $2 million in punitive cuts this year, even though we've done everything the legislature has asked. And I think it's because they see that we still continue to support every student and meet them where they are. Idaho is not as diverse as Nevada, but it's not undiverse. We have Hispanic serving institutions, we have tribal communities, and I've worked very closely with the tribes myself. That was a part of our portfolio in my office. And their needs are really, I mean, sitting down with tribal members, and the Shoshone-Paiute tribes that border our states, I've sat down with them and listened to their needs, and they're real. Their youth are suffering. They need support, but they need it to be culturally sensitive. They need it to be done in ways that feel, so they can feel like they belong, so they actually feel that belonging when they're at our institutions. We prioritize that. So I think it's a really fair question. I would have the same question if I were in your seat of someone coming from Idaho. But I want you to know that my track record is that I'm a huge proponent of diversity as a concept and as the outcome that it produces, the strength that it brings, and fostering it is really important, as well as inclusion and equity. How we grapple through this moment, the risks that might be present, it's a good question, right? This is something that another delicate dance right now that you all haven't had to face yet, but we really have been facing as a system for a long time. And so I have experience in facing those headwinds and moving forward, I think, in productive ways. Yeah.
Vice Chair Scotta.
Thank you, Chair Berger. You mentioned two words in that response, hostile and, oh goodness, not aggressive, hostile and confrontational. Have you ever had an experience or a situation where you've had conflict with a board member or a person on the board in which you had to resolve that problem? And just out of curiosity, with the detailed response that you're about to provide, what was your thoughts? How did you feel? What did you do?
Thank you, Vice Chair Scotta. Yes, I think that naturally comes from being a senior leader of a board. So we have a committee on instruction, research, and student affairs that I'm staff for. And we also have a policy that the board passed, which I think is a really good policy, that outlines the regional and statewide responsibilities of our institutions. And I found myself in conflict with the chair of our committee over the interpretation and implementation of this particular policy as institutions were trying to push the envelope on it. I had to send a letter to an institution saying, you're actually out of compliance with this policy, even though you just mentioned it in your State of the University address. I think the board member wasn't happy about that, but it was it was our job to say, well, this is the board's policy. What it led to was a 1.5 year long conversation with that committee, that board member leading this, where it started out pretty confrontational between me and her, and my interpretation and her desire to really change the policy. And it ended where I think she would be one of my biggest supporters today. She's rooting for me here. And I attribute that to the way we worked together through that time. I didn't give up on that relationship. I wanted to at times, but I didn't give up on it. And we communicated clearly. Sometimes we had to have those courageous conversations. But I also found, again, that when I would focus on her human dignity, and not so much on our disagreements, that we were able to finally find that common ground. And we got through that policy work to a point where she felt comfortable. She started to see things from my perspective. I started to see things from her perspective. We both moved. Neither of us stayed rooted in our entrenchment. And I'm forever grateful that she moved. And I'm glad that I was able to move as well. And so I think that, it was difficult. You asked about my thoughts and feelings. It was hard. It was a we call these times of great unpleasantness in our office. That's the euphemism. And there was some of that. But the sun shone again, and we got through it. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bliss. What we'd like to do at this time, since I'm not seeing anyone that has a follow-up question, is there anything in your background that we have not touched on here or is not addressed in the materials you submitted that you think would be important for us to know as we consider your candidacy? And after that, we'll make sure that you have 10 minutes. If there's anything you'd like to ask of us, that we'd be happy to answer that.
Thank you. I think I've addressed this in the fora as well, but I want to reiterate, my connection to Nevada. Like 73% of people, if I were to move here, I wouldn't have been born here. But as I mentioned in the fora, Nevada to me means family. When I think of Nevada, unlike a lot of people, I don't think Vegas. I think about my uncle and aunt in Alamo and visiting them when I was little on their ranch. I think about my friends in Reno and Elko that I work with on my alumni board that I'm part of, and the leadership that they provide in their communities. I think about my cousin and his family that I had dinner with last night here. I think about my dad and he had extensive work in Nevada growing up, and both my mom and dad grew up on the border of Utah and Nevada. So I think that as I've considered why would I want to be here, I know there's a desire to have someone who understands this system, who wants to be here for a long time, who isn't a flash in the pan. I have a large family. I have 6 children, high school to kindergarten. We don't take a decision to leave a place that we love lightly. Even applying for this role required a family council and a conversation with each one of them about what it would mean to be here. And I have no intention of taking a role that I don't think I could be successful in. And by being successful, I mean being able to stay in for a long time and have an impact. I'm now the second longest serving chief academic officer in Idaho state history because this role has had a lot of turnover, but also because I've been able to maintain good relationships of trust through difficult times and through good times, like your excellent question. And I'm not leaving that role because there's anything going wrong. I'm leaving that role because I feel like I can make a difference here, that my experience has prepared me quite well to be effective in this role. It's going to take your support. It's a collaborative effort. I've talked to the cabinet as well. No chancellor can be here for the long haul without the trust of the board and the trust of the cabinet. Trust can wax and wane as difficulties arise, but we always have to be working toward building that trust. For me, trust is like going up an escalator or going down an up escalator or whatever metaphor you want. The minute you stop, you're moving backwards. The minute you think you have gained trust and you give up, you don't think about the effort of building that, then it goes backwards. And I've shown that time and time again in my career. The other thing that I'll say that I have experience with, unique experience, And that is coming in, and I think this was mentioned in some of the references because my supervisors have seen me do this, and that is restoring relationships of trust. So I'll give a good example here. When I got to Idaho in my first job, and I give this example because it's not something that I knew about myself that I would have a strength in. When I got to Idaho, fresh out of college, out of my PhD program, had never managed anybody, had never worked at a state level, and I came in at a time where 3 laws had just been repealed that the superintendent of public instruction had supported. It was so bad that the superintendent's tires had been slashed in communities because people were so angry about these laws. It was just a moment. And that was November when the repeal happened. I came in February. And I had to go around the state carrying that baggage. Principals were angry, superintendents were angry, teachers were furious. And I went into that situation with the goal of building trust. And the way I did that was by going to the place where the people were. It wasn't Zoom calls or whatever we had back then, WebEx. It wasn't phone calls. It wasn't just emails. I went and met with those people on their turf. And I remember specifically being in a school near the Idaho-Canada border with a principal who'd been there for 15 years who looked at me and said, no one from the state has ever been in my building until today. We didn't agree on everything. He still didn't like what we were doing, but he said, now I can trust that you know what we're facing. And that taught me a major lesson about the need to be on people on their turf. As the chancellor, my first priority would be to come and be on your turf. You're unique in that you represent voters. You know the needs of your communities. You did this for a reason. Our regents are wonderful. I love them, but they're appointed by the governor. And so they have a different motivation for being there. Sometimes it's a little arm twisting to get them on the board. That's not the case with you. You had to put yourself out there and be an elected official. That means you represent a whole, when I look at you, I look at thousands of people. But we can't just have these conversations here or there. I want to come and meet with you in your home, in your coffee shop, wherever, and ask you questions. What should the system be doing for your district, for your people? And that's because I've learned that lesson early on. So that's something I don't think I expounded on as much in my materials, that I would want to make sure you understand that's the way I operate. And if you don't want someone who operates like that, then don't choose me, because that's the way I operate, because I don't know a way that works more effectively than that.
Thank you for that. Now, if you have any questions of us, go ahead. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I like a lot of the things that you've said today, and I guess the thing that kind of sticks out to me is you're coming from Idaho, although it seems very similar to our system. It does seem like maybe we're a step up, right? So you're in Idaho, we're in Nevada, and I guess I'm wondering, typically you're hiring somebody, you want them to come in and apply the best practices that they've learned from their larger system and apply it to the smaller system. This is obviously the other way around. How would you address this? You are taking a jump and you are stepping into a position that is bigger than yours, including the system that you're a part of. So how would you address that question? I think it's an obvious question, but maybe nobody wants to ask it, but I'd really like to know your answer to that.
Regent Goodman, that's a really fair question, and I appreciate it. There are a lot of similarities structurally between Idaho and Nevada. There are a lot of differences culturally, population-wise, and of course, size and impact. And so I would approach that, one, with humility and recognition that I have a lot I can learn from the leaders in this place. I know how much pride there is in Nevada, how much you love the people you serve, how much the presidents and provosts, every leader and faculty member loves the people that they serve and cares about this community. I wouldn't come here to change any of that. So I would start by saying that I would keep that always front of mind. This is a step up for me personally and professionally, but it is a goal that I've had for a long time. I would like to lead a system. And so if it's now or later, it's still a goal of mine. I think that also there are things, because we're in a smaller system, we've been able to do things that larger systems have a harder time doing. I work with lots of systems. I interact with constantly every state in the West through WICHE. And which he does a good job of bringing us together, but also at the national level with SHEO and NASH and these other. And I've seen the challenges that large systems have in moving the needle on things. And so the advantage that we've had in Idaho is that we've been able to move the needle on things because we are such a small community. I think the community here is also, when you think about the higher education community, is pretty small in terms of people knowing each other and being able to get things done. And that's a superpower. That's a strength. Like that's something that my colleagues in other systems, goodness, in California or Minnesota or elsewhere, they can only dream of these things. But the structure of the system here, the role of the board, and the relationship between the board and the institutions, bless you, really are a strength that I've seen that I think I want to be in a system like that. I'm not as interested in being in a really, really big system because I've seen the power that you can have when there's fewer institutions and the approaches you can make with initiatives, right? So everything you've identified in Success by Design. We've talked about direct admissions, but FAFSA completion campaign, Apply Nevada, right? A common application, general education, common course numbering. All of those things we have done or are doing in Idaho. And I don't pretend to say that means that it will be easy to do them here, but I know a lot of the pitfalls. I know a lot of the challenges, and I know a lot of the approaches that we took in a structurally similar system. So I would be excited about that. When I think about my own, can I do this job well? Can I be successful? I have to think about, does my experience fit? Can I draw lessons? I don't want to start from scratch in this role. I need to start with some sort of background and experience, but I won't pretend to come in and say, this is how we did it there, so we have to do that. That's not how I operate ever. But I try to be smart about those things. So any follow-up on that question? I know it's a big one, an important one.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
If I turn. This thing doesn't always like us. We need a new system. This would be the time that if there's any questions that you would like to ask us, and then after that, we'd like to make sure we give you ample time for a closing comment before we end this session.
Thank you, Chair Brager. So my first question is general and it's to the board members, the regents. I'm curious what each of you think the role of the board should be in a time like this.
I'd be happy to call on a board member in the room or online. If anyone wants to answer that question. I'm not seeing anyone. I think that, and I'll start, and if anyone wants to go ahead, they can. We're not supposed to be micromanagers. And I think that's an important thing to understand and know that we should not do. And I think giving the ideas and saying, we want to see an increase here, we want to see this, we want to see that, that's your role, and that's the president's role. And we need to make sure that we stay in our place and that you make sure that, or whoever is a chancellor, takes that lead. And with the board agenda items, that they hear and know that those directives or those items are well presented for successes. So our failures would be your failures, and I'm going to speak that way. That's in a what-if situation. It's kind of like when I show a home. I speak about that house, but it's in a what-if. I warn my clients, each house we go to is a what-if scenario. So in this scenario, that would be my feelings. I can't speak for the other board members, but I think we all have a place, and the unity of it brings the successes, but we each have distinctive roles. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
I think that our job is to see the leadership with our presidents and our chancellor, and then support that leadership. I feel like sometimes we know way too much of what's in the weeds, and I don't need to know all of that. I really feel like I want to be able to trust our presidents. And I want you to hold our presidents accountable if that moves away. And then the transparency that accompanies that, to ensure that we are fully aware of what's happening at those institutions. I don't mind getting, emails or phone calls or texts because I like to know what's happening. And I think, like most leaders, I don't appreciate being the last one to find out. And so I think that kind of accountability, that kind of transparency, and being able to make a decision and not be afraid of the consequences, like handling a situation and moving forward. This is what I'm looking for. And if you're talking about our times right now, I'm also looking for someone that is not going to go hypersensitive, considering what's happening with our federal dollars right now. I realize that it's a very uncertain time, but in times like this, we need leadership that says, hold, we're going to be okay, we're going to navigate. Let's wait to see what happens, and then we can navigate the problem once it presents itself. There's a lot of hysteria, and there's a lot of things that happen that I think don't need to happen. And I think it's the job of the Chancellor to keep the President's, we're going to do this, a positive attitude, and dealing with issues when they hit, not wondering what the issues are going to be, and having all kinds of, as you said, swirling emotions around it. So that's my answer to that.
Thank you.
Any other board members at this time? Since he had asked board, that's why I'm doing that. Otherwise, I'm happy for any other comments or questions. Anything else from you, sir?
Well, so I would like to open that question up to non-board members because I think it's important. I'd like to know what they think the role of the board, if anybody has a thought on that, should be or is or could be.
Anyone in the room? I'll start there. This is the time, folks. Or anyone online? Do you want to? Nope. Dr. Kibler.
I think I'm adding on to perhaps what's already been stated. I think what we expect from our board is to be that, and you touched on it earlier, that somewhat unique in Nevada because our board members are elected. So they have maybe a better handle and feel on the priorities, the needs, the desires of the constituents they represent. But as far as their role as a board is really to set that strategic direction for the higher education enterprise, you might say, the entire thing, which even goes beyond the system within the state. Communicate that direction, be engaged with the Chancellor in the implementation of that. And so the Chancellor then provides that supervision, work with, collaboration with the presidents, recognizing, you mentioned this earlier, there's a very unique profile of every one of our institutions in this state. We should do nothing to diminish that profile, that uniqueness of any of those institutions, because that's what brings great value to our system. But there are places in which we need to make sure we're all singing off the same sheet of music. Yeah. And that's where a chancellor, I think, particularly is relied upon, needs to have skills to be that liaison between the expectations of the board and how we live those out every single day on our campuses.
I really appreciate that answer. I'm a cellist, and I don't want to be a violinist, and I don't want to be a tubist. And I know our institutions don't, they want their unique identities, and they want to play their part. But that metaphor, that analogy of a chancellor and a board being the conductor and making sure people know what the same sheet of music is. I think sometimes they're playing off a whole different sheet of music, or even if they're playing out, they might be on the wrong page. And that getting people together, I love that thought. I hadn't thought of it like that before. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to do Dr. Cram.
I'm interested in coming from what in many ways is a more difficult situation into our situation. Do you see that as an advantage or disadvantage?
Can you repeat that question?
Okay, you're coming from a more difficult situation than we have, in my opinion, at least. Do you think that gives you advantages when you look at coming to our situation? Are there lessons to be learned that you can carry over?
Thank you, Dr. Cram. I think yes and no. I think both advantages and disadvantages, as Regent Goodman mentioned, the differences of our system. But I think there are some things that have been more difficult. I mentioned the funding. We're nowhere near the percentage that you are. I know there's concern about the decrease in the percent of the budget that goes toward NSHE. But the challenge in Idaho has been that it's below 50. I think it's at 40 now % of the budget for higher education is from the state. The rest comes from tuition fees and other dollars. So I think that there are some advantages that I do look forward to coming to a state where there is support for higher education, philosophically and ideologically and fiscally. The trend is problematic. I know that. Like, we're seeing a trend the other way. I would like to see it going up. And so for that reason, a priority on the relationship with the legislature is vital. And with the governor's office and rowing, thinking about sheets of music, like the board and the governor and the legislature, would be great if we were all on the same sheet of music as well. That seems harder than just getting the NSHE stakeholders on the same sheet of music, but it is what we need to do if we're going to succeed, if we're going to reverse the trend, and really be successful for Nevada communities, for your constituents, and for you all who are constituents.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have something else?
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you again. I took a moment to really reflect on what, as a student perspective, right, from the student perspective, on what I think is needed. I'm getting ready to graduate, right? And I want to make sure that what I have contributed to this community and within NSHE is that we need a chancellor, a board that is filled with compassion, right? A genuine understanding of the differences in our communities, but also that we aren't strung up on different types of conflicts, where it could be regional, or sometimes where we just don't quite understand the differences in the uniqueness of our institutions, right? And I think that's sometimes very difficult, right? I think from my 2 years serving in this role, I've seen how sometimes we don't have clarity from the chancellor or even from the board itself too, right? I think in my 4 years being a student at Nevada State University, I've seen a constant rollover of the chancellor as well, right? And I think we also need consistency in that role.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond to that?
If you'd like to, it sounded more like a statement, but if you want a response, that's.
I would just like to say I appreciate your perspective is one I'm prioritizing really highly here as I think about my fit for this role. So I haven't had as much interaction with students. A few students have been in the open forum. I really appreciate the time they've taken and your time on the committee. In terms of leading with compassion, I wrote this in my letter, but my leadership philosophy has 3 parts that, if not all 3 are there, then it's pretty bad. But if they're all 3 there, then it works really well. And first is honor agency. And that means a lot of things, but that's part of human dignity. 2 is invite accountability, which requires that clear communication. Nobody can be accountable to something they don't know that they're supposed to do. And the 3rd one is show compassion in all of these. And if you don't have the compassion piece, you know what it feels like? It feels like manipulation. I can give you the lead to do something, and I can tell you to come back and report on it and can support you in it. But if I don't have compassion, then it feels bad and it doesn't go well. So just to respond to that, I think I agree with you completely. That compassion is really important, especially in moments of crisis and uncertainty and difficulty and tension. Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for your questions. Thank you for your answers. At this time, if you have a brief closing statement, we would love to hear from you before we end this session, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
So one, just gratitude for the opportunity to be at this point and to be with you and to really give a lot of thought to the good work that you're doing here. I have asked my question through this whole process. Why do I feel like I would be successful? I'm not interested in taking on a role that I don't think I can be successful in. It's not my goal to be selected as chancellor. It's my goal to be effective as chancellor. I think there are key things that need to happen for the next chancellor to be effective, and one of those is a commitment to the long haul. I hope, that was the other thing I want to respond, I hope, Kevin, that your experience is an anomaly, that you've been through a moment. It just happened to be the time you were at Nevada State that there was this, because that's not always been the case at NSHE. There has been terms of stability here. And I think that that's definitely possible. This is a good moment. I think this is trending upward and forward. So I will say that my family and I are all interested in being here for the long haul. My goal would be to create that consistency and stability and inspiring leadership, to identify constantly those things that are needed in order to be there, whether that's in fixing some capacity issues perhaps here at the office. I've experienced that with my role. The reason I've been able to stay in my role for so long, as politically fraught as it is, as central as it is to all the things that happen, is because I have an incredible team. I have an incredible deputy who together we accomplish so much more. The previous people in my role lasted 2 years on average for the past decade. And bringing in somebody to help carry that load has been a key factor in increasing that longevity. And so I'm just thinking example of some strategies for increasing longevity, but largely it's about commitment. It's about desire. And I don't take this lightly, moving my entire family here and being here. And I'm excited about it. We have family here. We have roots here. We have reason to be here that go beyond a job. And so I'll just close by saying we're all in on this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your interest in the position and really the time today. It was an enjoyable conversation. We'll be deliberating a little bit later. The consultants will reach out to you, and have an amazing day, and we appreciate that you did take this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bliss. Thank you for that. Before we step away for about 5 or 6 minutes, please do not deliberate about anything. This is very important. It's gone very well at this point without side conversations, to the best of my knowledge, and let's continue the process that way. Thank you, everyone. We will move on to candidate number 2, Richard L. Ludwig, and we'll go, the process will remain the same, which is nice. We all know now what we're doing and how we're going to do it. So if we would like to start with representations from Greenwood, Asher and Associates to walk us through this candidate and the information that they have received from those that have shared during the forums and the vetting of the candidate. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brager. Earlier this year, Dr. Richard Ludwig was named President Emeritus of St. Thomas University, having served as president there from 2017 to 2024. That's a private institution of approximately 4,000 students. He previously served as the president of the Independent Colleges of Indiana from 2010 to 2017, and that organization is comprised of 30 private nonprofit institutions with a student population of more than 100,000 students. He also served as a provost at St. Gregory's University, a private institution from 2008 to 2010. And then earlier in his career, both at the University of Florida and the University of Oregon, he held leadership roles within their colleges of law. He received his EDD from the University of Oregon, his JD from Indiana University, and his MA from Columbia University. With respect to the referencing, we spoke with 9 referees for Richard, including current and former supervisors, peers, and direct reports, as well as off-list. All of those referees, with the exception of 2, highly recommended Richard for this opportunity. One referee recommended him and noted that the difference between highly and recommend was because he did not have enough information or knowledge about NSHE and the board to determine whether what they've characterized as Richard's somewhat conservative leadership style would be a good match for NSHE. So that would be something, if the board were to determine that it is a good match, then his recommendation would be, he would give his highest recommendation. And then the other referee also recommended Richard, and the reason they did not give their highest recommendation was because there had been earlier in Richard's time at St. Thomas, there was a hire that was made where the individual was not successful, and this referee felt like Richard didn't pay close enough attention to have determined that it was not going to work well, and it led to some challenges for the university by the time Richard made the decision to dismiss that individual. And some of the other comments that the referees made, they did note that at St. Thomas, the enrollment under his leadership almost doubled. There were issues between the faculty and the former administration when Richard came on board, and he gets credit for doing an excellent job at bridging the gap and mending the culture when he was appointed and working through and restoring those relationships. He also, because of his national connections and his ability to leverage those, he was able to get more prominence nationally and locally for St. Thomas and really moved the needle for St. Thomas, putting it on the map. He had a strong vision on how you might expand the university and build the brand up from the way it had been viewed in the past. And that also led to the growth and the change in how St. Thomas was viewed. He built the strategic plan of the university. He did a great job at being an excellent communicator and building bridges with factions that needed to be brought together. He focused on growth, but also enhancing student success. He's viewed as being both strategic in his thinking and having an understanding of the challenges of higher education. They also refer to one of his biggest strengths is his focus on student success, with the belief that access without completion is not success. One referee noted that St. Thomas has a strong-willed board that includes industry leaders, oil and gas company CEOs, very accomplished individuals, and they're constantly under fiscal challenges. And Richard understands his role with the board and acts on the recommendation of the board, but he also does not shy away from conflict or challenging conversations with board members. They talked about one of his greatest accomplishments at the Independent College of Indiana was persuasively communicating the value of Indiana's private colleges to state governmental, corporate, and civic leaders, advocating for state and federal student financial aid as a smart investment with great returns for Indiana and its citizens. He realized that building relationships with and educating state and federal legislators about the value of ICI had to be an ongoing process, and he put infrastructure in place to accomplish that. And many referees noted that he is a natural relationship builder, and when he walks in a room, he'll strike up conversations with people he doesn't know and ultimately leave the room with new friends. Some of the specific strengths that were noted by multiple referees were that Richard is viewed as being very optimistic, strategic. He has great mentoring skills and helping to make his team great. He's a grower of organizations. He doesn't dwell on the negative. He's viewed as being creative, highly ethical, great experience in higher education, charismatic, actively seeking feedback for continuous improvement, tireless in his efforts. A number noted that he's very inspirational. He is undaunted by obstacles. He is a consensus builder. He has great financial and political acumen, strong communicator, high energy, and someone who's viewed as visionary. In terms of the growth areas or areas where he might need some support to be successful if he is hired to be your next chancellor, a referee said that he's a great example of mentoring others, but also looking for mentors for himself. And they said, I think he would benefit from having access to others within NSHE who he could learn from their experience and understand the history and current landscape of NSHE. They also noted that it will be important for him to understand the ecosystem and build relationships with policymakers and leadership, and the leadership he will be engaging with. The onboarding at NSHE will be important to make him a successful leader. And then finally, he places trust in his team, and a referee noted that this was the situation where they felt he could have held his employee accountable sooner. Their sense was that he learned from the situation, but that he could benefit from having a strong operations person by his side. In terms of the survey results, 22 individuals responded to the survey, and of those individuals, 45% of the respondents expressed very high or high support for his candidacy for this position. In terms of a summary of the strengths that the survey respondents noted, they spoke about his familiarity with system-level concepts and governance through past experiences, his confidence and composure that is needed for NSHE leadership. They noted great enthusiasm for the role, and he came across as having genuine happiness to participate and be a candidate for this opportunity. He has a strong focus on collaboration and people-centric leadership, extensive experience across multiple institutions and states, and then they accompanied by solid background in executive roles with strengths in leading multi-institution systems, which provides him with a well-rounded perspective. He has an engaging personality, aiming for unity among stakeholders. It came across that he has a strong sense of mission, particularly in diversity, equity, and inclusion areas. He's vocally passionate about serving higher education in Nevada. He recognizes the importance of engaging staff for system functionality. A number mentioned that having an attorney background is beneficial, especially given the current national climate and legal complexities higher education is facing. He presents as a personable individual, potentially nice to work for and with, fostering a positive work environment. And then they also viewed him as thoughtful and being able to provide complete answers, showcasing preparedness and insightfulness. In terms of areas of support that were noted on the summary, some said that he needs to gain a deep understanding of Nevada's historical and current policies, cultural dynamics, and the uniqueness of the state's educational landscape, understanding the specific industry and workforce needs within Nevada to align educational efforts with economic priorities, transitioning from a private faith-based college environment to the public and system-wide context of NSHE, which involves broader strategic leadership and public policy, and receiving clear and cohesive guidance from the board on role expectations and critical issues needing attention. And then finally, gaining support from the board to connect with state leaders and legislators, which is crucial for advocacy and strategic initiatives.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If we would like to have the candidate come into the room. I was just going to say, you are welcome to sit or stand. People have different comforts, and we definitely want to make sure that you're comfortable. I just want to welcome you again. It's good to see you again, and we appreciate your interest in our role of Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, and congratulations to making this part of the process. And what we're going to do from this point on, we do have 9 questions, and they will come from different members of the committee and the board. After that, we would let you ask us any questions. We'd let you give a ending statement, and it would be a brief closing statement is what it would be. And we will start with Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We're grateful for your time. My name is Stephanie Goodman, and my question is, higher education generally, and the Nevada system of higher education in particular, face many challenges. What do you think are the top 2 or 3 challenges facing our system, and how do you think your skills and experience prepare you to face them as our next chancellor?
Thank you for that question. It's great to be here with all of you this morning, this important work. So the challenges that the Nevada system of higher education faces have unique components to them, but in some ways, they are not unlike the challenges that face all of higher education across the country. There are questions of public confidence in whether or not a post-secondary education is really worth the investment. And so that leads to questions that come from the public sector, namely funding for our institutions of higher learning. And the questions that then come from that are we getting the efficiency, the effectiveness from the institutions, and are the students having the kinds of experiences that help them grow and that create the workforce for the future? So those are at their pivotal point, the sort of high-level issues that higher education faces. And as I've visited in Reno and now down in Las Vegas with folks and having done some other research, those are really the crucial opportunities, I think, for the Nevada system of higher education. Certainly you can drill down and say the relationships between the various stakeholders with the system, that is a critical element, because there has to be a trust built. There has to be a confidence in where we're going in terms of the future, the vision, and how together we can create the tomorrow that will build the economy for Nevada, create a success pipeline for the students and the talent to feed that workforce of the future. And so those are the real opportunities that I see. And so my background, and that's one of the reasons why I got really excited when I saw this opportunity, because my background, having led a system of an independent system in Indiana with many of those same opportunities before it. And the way we developed the relationships with the governor's office, with the legislature, with the system, the public system in Indiana, across the breadth of that engagement, whether it was with the country's largest community college system, it's only one community college, but it serves all of the state, or the important R1 research institutions. Our goal was to develop those relationships that help the communities, built the economy, and strengthened student success. So we were able to achieve a lot of, and I could share with you the metrics, but the result was we took an organization of 31 disparate institutions, coalesced around a shared vision that was created together, and then partnered with the other stakeholders in that ecosystem of higher education. And together, we advanced from sort of a disparate organization into one that was respected not only at the state level, but once again asserted itself at the national level. So that is in particular the sort of system background that I bring. But in the other hand, I am just a president emeritus of an institution. And so having led an institution from really a turnaround situation into one where we doubled the enrollment, success indicators for both retention and graduation increased. And we did it in a way that was partnering with the local industries. So we built pipelines for internships. We did those kinds of things at the institutional level. So I think my background gives me an understanding to tackle the big opportunities before NSHE and its institutions, and my sort of time in the seat of those leadership roles really prepares me for the chancellor position here, and in a way to partner with all of you and the institutions to build the future for Nevada's higher education ecosystem.
Thank you.
And I will just add one thing that I was remiss. We would do this first part in about 60 minutes.
Okay.
So I just want you to be able to be mindful so you know what you're able to do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. My name is Kevin Osorio Hernandez, and I am the proud chair of the Nevada Student Alliance with a unique opportunity to represent over 110,000 students across Nevada. And I'm also graduating this semester.
Congratulations.
Thank you. My question is, Nevada is one of the fastest growing states in America. People are attracted to our dynamic economy and high quality of life. What opportunities do you see for how our higher education system can contribute to continued progress at local, regional, and statewide levels? What specific steps would you take to engage all of our institutions in pursuit of those opportunities?
So that's one of the things that I think is so attractive about this opportunity is the growth trajectory of the population, the demographic change, the economic evolution here in Nevada. So my approach would be, the way I usually handle things, is to dive right in, right? To get to know the stakeholders, to visit the campuses, to understand where the student bodies of those various institutions lie. Certainly working with the presidents and the leadership, the faculty of those institutions. But the nexus point is so important for the chancellor and for NSHE, is to take what's happening on the campus and make it relevant to the wider community, so that this growth trajectory that is Nevada now becomes a sustaining momentum for growth of the economy, growth of the society, and there is that tight fit, that nexus point. And so that's the role that I seek to have, and that's my engagement would be one that understands the perspective of the people and where we want to go. And that's the role, I think, of a chancellor, is to make it happen through engagement with the legislature, through certainly the regents, and so it becomes a combined opportunity. For me, that's the joy of what this role really would bring, is building that future, and together we can do that.
Hi, my name is Jeff Downs. I have the next question. NSHE is a system of 8 institutions, including research universities, a state university, community colleges, and an environmental research institute, working together to serve the higher education needs of our communities and our state. Please describe your experience leading a high-impact collaboration in a college and university system. What was your role? What process did you follow? What was the outcome? And how would you apply that experience as our chancellor?
Good. Thank you for that question. That's, I think, a very good question, because it hits at the core of what we're doing here, right? So I will again refer to my time in Indiana and bring pieces from my presidency at the University of St. Thomas. In Indiana, I inherited an organization that once upon a time had been a national leader. It was the first association of private colleges at the state level in the country. That was in 1946. It was founded at that time to raise money. And then eventually it morphed into raising money and engaging in public policy. And then after we started working with it, we did those two service factors and then developed collaborations, shared services. The goal was to take 31 disparate institutions, develop a rally point around what the vision for that collective would be and how it would impact the communities where those institutions were and the state's economy as a whole. And so to do that, we brought all of those stakeholders together: the legislature, the governor's offices, the regional civic leaders, as well as the institutions. And we said, what is it that we can do to make that happen? And essentially it was develop a collective voice, right? The collective voice for excellence and choice in higher education for all students, because the student is the crucial link connecting all of those stakeholder elements. And so what we did with that was move into pretty aggressive marketing and public relations campaign that worked within the legislature, within the executive, and within the different regions of the state, along with the institutions. And so what we would do is we would develop the data and the agenda for the legislative sessions, and then the institutions would help implement that. So it was an in, out, and out, in strategy. The result of that was that the organization's revenues increased. We diversified the portfolio from where that revenue came. We partnered with the public schools at the K-12 level for dual credit and dual enrollment. We partnered with the community college system to develop pathways into the institutions, and we partnered with the other public institutions, large Research One institutions, and regional public universities as well. So we became a key player in that ecosystem, one that was really indispensable. And so our contribution was faster student graduation rates, higher percentage of students graduating on time. And the difference that we made to the state was so impactful that one of the crowning achievements was at the end of the last legislative session when I was there, the bill that we drove through relative to student aid made Indiana #1 in the Midwest and #7 nationally for aid to students at both public and private institutions. And so it was really a significant turnaround accomplished with buy-in and participation from all of the institutions and with all of the stakeholders.
If I could follow up on what you mentioned, that you had better graduation rates. Was that because you expanded into dual enrollment so students came in with more credits, or was there something about the programs you offered at your institution that help students to be more successful?
So certainly it's helpful for students, but with the dual credit coming in. But typically the real result there is in that first to second year success rate, because you give them an opportunity to already have credits coming in, and that lessens the stress level oftentimes in the first to second year. The rationale for success being much higher at the private colleges than at the publics, and most people will say, well, it's private schools and those are the rich kids. What we do is we look at a disaggregated data set so that the socioeconomic status of each of the students is correlated then to the success rates, and it bore out across the range. What the difference was, and some of you may be familiar with the high impact practices, right? So it is a part of a study that came from Purdue University and Kaplan, and what it said was that a student will succeed better if they are engaged, and there are a whole host of ways that you do that. And what we found was that our institutions, the emphasis on that was really the big key difference, and it led to the better success rates. Thank you for that follow-up.
Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome. I'm Brian Cram. A substantial portion of our revenue is provided by the state of Nevada. So a positive and trusting relationship with the legislature, the governor, and the public are critical. Please describe your experience, how you would build and sustain these key relationships to support higher education in our state. And I have a little side question. After review of our financial streams to educational institutions in Nevada, what's your feeling?
So first of all, relative to the relationships, right? I think those are key, obviously. And that's one of the things that I enjoy most about this work, is being able to engage with, you've got partisan politics, obviously, in the legislature and in the governor's office sometimes. But the good that comes from higher education is such a nonpartisan issue. Now, how people approach it sometimes bleeds into that. But my belief is that we engage on the things that bring us together. And the success rate that we've had with that, I just mentioned the finance bill that we moved through the Indiana General Assembly. That's one of those things that in the open forums, I talked about the intersession, right? And how the interim between sessions is so important, because that gives you time to build those relationships. So I want to get to know the governor and all of the key actors within the governor's office. I want to know who the leaders of the various caucuses and committees are for the legislature. I do that even as the chair of the Independent Colleges and Universities of Texas. I would meet with those individuals who led those committees to discuss how we can work together to move the workforce of Texas to tomorrow. That was a key component of that. In Indiana, I did the same thing. So one of the things that we would do, and I'm sure you probably do this here, but we would make sure that key committees of the legislature visited each of the campuses on a rotating basis so that they could see firsthand what it was like, even if it wasn't from their part of the state. That kind of personal relationship is so key. One example of that is that, and this was on that bill that I talked about, the relationship that we built with the chair of that committee was 5 years in the making. And there was one crucial moment in a hearing where I was in the lobby, right? The chair of the committee came out, he looked for me, he said, "Richard, on this question, is it yes or no?" And I said, yes. He didn't, because of the relationship that we had built, he didn't need to do further inquiry. There was a trust element. And I think that's the significant piece of how you bake the cake, right? How you bring the system together. It develops an additional trust factor within all leadership branches of the government. And that helps with the funding stream because they become invested in the future as you represent it. And on the other side, in terms of the revenue streams for Nevada itself, you know, one of the things that is so remarkable is the increase in population, the growth of the GDP for Nevada. You know, it's what, sixth in the country in terms of its growth and in-migration and those kinds of demographic changes. I think that is very hopeful. And so one of the things I would like for us to do is to focus on where we are in the future, what those projections are, and understanding that in order to build that future workforce that's going to be responsive to that growth, we have to provide the kind of talent here in the state. And that's an imperative. And so not only does it come from public coffers, but I also think it's important for us to look at philanthropy as a key component of that within the public sector. One of the things that occurs to me because of my work on the public side and with independent institutions is that there really aren't independent institutions within Nevada. Typically, there is a competition for philanthropy dollars between private and public. And I think that gives the public institutions an even better opportunity to do that. The other element that does is help with the legislature, because they want to know that the institutions, that the system itself is working to find revenue streams diversified so that the future can be attained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Valerie Connor. So I have question number 5.
Good morning.
You talked about the relationships. Now I'm going to ask you more questions about relationships.
Okay.
So it says the relationship between the system office and the campuses are critical to serving our students and the state. Please describe a difficult issue you have faced in the relationships between a system office and a campus. What was the issue? How did you address it? What was the outcome? And how would you apply that experience as our chancellor?
So the issue that I will, and I hope it's not too much of a weedy issue, but it is, and it's a really important one. It's one that most state systems turn on, and that is the issue of data, right? So de-identified personal student data is something that is really important. So the issue that I'm going to point to you with has to do with all of the institutions in Indiana that I represented. Okay, so it's not just a single institution, but think of them as a collective, because that's how we went to the state. And the issue was with the state system of higher education. And the question that we had was, the state was building a large data set because they want to be able to connect zip codes for the different courses with outcomes and then tag those students into the workforce so they could see, you know, the life cycle of a student and how it impacted our economy. They wanted that same information for our students on an individual basis. The relationship with the system and with the independent college was one that, because there was no constitutional nexus, there wasn't a rationale for that. And many of our presidents were adamant that they weren't going to give any data to the state. Okay, and my approach with our presidents was, okay, let's think about that, because our students benefit from a great deal of generosity from the legislature, and there is a way that we can have our cake and eat it too. And the way we approached that was we would aggregate those data, de-identified, so that individual students couldn't be tracked, but the data in aggregate would then show the impact. Because really what the system was looking for was the accountability factor about where the dollars actually ended up benefiting the economy. And so what we were able to do was develop a way that Indiana became a leader within the country on the private side of doing this, because what we did was we aggregated those data, de-identified them, protecting under our FERPA responsibilities at the institutional level. And for those of you, FERPA, I'm sure you know, is the federal mandate for privacy with individual education records. And it allowed the state to get what it needed to be able to prove that they were pushing the ball forward in completion rates, in job attainment, those kinds of things. So that is an example of a pretty thorny situation, because at the legislative level, what the system would do is they could say, well, they don't want to participate, so you should cut their money off, right? And we were like, well, we want to participate. We need to find a way to protect the autonomy of the institutions, but yet play ball, and that's what we did. So it ended up being really good, and we leveraged that into a way that we actually received an immunity law based on if there was a data breach within the ICI family, the Independent Colleges of India family, we then were covered by the state's data immunity law. So thank you for that question.
Good morning.
Hi.
In the face of declining enrollment and increasing financial headwinds, tough decisions come to the Chancellor, decisions that require difficult choices between competing priorities. How do you think about this kind of decision in general, and provide an example of a tough fiscal decision you needed to make? What was your role? What was the result? And what did you learn that you would apply here?
So this is I think that one of the questions of our time in higher education, because the declining enrollment issue is one that I've worked on in all of the places where I have been, right? And the good news is that enrollment has increased in all of those areas. The institution that I'm the president emeritus of now and just stepped down at the end of December, we doubled our undergraduate enrollment. And the demographics across America say that that's probably not likely to happen, right? Because economy, people can go get jobs, but also because the birth rate in many places is down. The reality is, I think that we can increase enrollment because we need to show value and we need to show people the future that comes from it. And that doesn't mean an individual becomes just a student, right? But there's this blended student-worker cohort that I think is really important. So the decision between how you fund programs and where the students are, I think is just a fundamental one. There are certain things a university will do and must do to be in a university or a community college, right? But it's important to recognize that the programs that you support have to have a rationale behind it other than just it's what has always been done. And so the decision point that I would give you today is one that's what we did within at the University of St. Thomas, right? Specifically in the business area. For a long time, the graduate program was much higher subscribed in terms of enrollment than the undergraduate level. A natural shift occurred so that the undergraduate enrollment became much larger than the graduate enrollment. And so the question was, do we maintain that at the graduate level, the infrastructure? And the answer was no. It doesn't make sense for us to do that. So what we undertook was a strategic understanding of what the future of that program could be in the context of the community. What were those industries that we needed to feed, and at what level did the talent need to go in? And that's where we made a decision to say we would become, instead of an academic graduate program, we would become more of a practitioner graduate program. So it met the needs of the economy, and that was a big change from what had existed. So that was a prioritization based on enrollment, but was also a real-life opportunity for us to strategically change our approach to engaging the economy.
Good morning. I'm Bill Kibler. I'm the acting president of the College of Southern Nevada.
Congratulations.
Community colleges in the state of Nevada are extremely important to the economic development and the vitality of the communities we serve. Equally as important is serving a diverse student population. So please provide your thoughts on how Nevada's community colleges will play a role in your vision of NSHE and expanding or enhancing higher education in Nevada.
Sir, I am a big fan of community colleges, and that's why we have In both of my prior presidencies, we've engaged with the community college systems. Most recently, we engaged with the Houston Community College and developed an internship scholarship program specifically in accounting, and it was flowing over into other areas, along with Lone Star Community College. So together, those are about 100,000 students in enrollment. And in Indiana at Ivy Tech was 100,000 students in the community college. So the way that we have engaged with community colleges, I think, is a real testament to my personal commitment to the value of what a community college brings to its community, right? You mentioned diversity of the student population, and that's a key element because the community college is in some ways closest to the local area, right? So the people of that area are the ones typically who will attend it. And understanding the needs of that community and the responsiveness to it through the community college in the local area and then statewide is an important element of that. So one of the things that I have sought to do in my own experience, taking a page, if you will, out of the community college book, at the University of St. Thomas, we actually created a new school called the Colby School of Innovation and Professional Studies. It was a 2-year associate degree program that was modeled after some of the community college programs. Because what we wanted to do was to give our students, and they were very diverse. Our student body at the University of St. Thomas is about 80% students of color. And so not all of them wanted to get a 4-year degree right away, but they wanted to have a skill set, and they wanted our particular brand of education. They wanted a skill set that they could make a living with. And so we did things like technology, electronics, those kinds of hands-on programs. So from a sort of philosophical and understanding and supporting program at the associate's degree level, and I'm all in. And I think that the ratio here, you've got the community colleges and then you've got the larger universities. I think that's a really good mix. And that partnership that can develop from that, I think, is a really splendid opportunity for how we build a more cohesive NSHE. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be taking the next one. We expect the Chancellor to be highly inclusive and communicative leader.
Yes.
And consultative leader. I apologize. And at the same time, we expect timely decisions. How, in your experience, have you balanced managing a system, fostering relationships with the board, and engaging with the diverse array of campuses in the system? How would you relate that experience if you are selected to be our next chancellor?
So it goes back to really two things in my view. One is the relationships, right? There has to be a trust on a personal level, but it also has to be an understanding of the institutions and where we are all collectively going and how each one's role contributes to that journey, right? So I'll use one example was I was the chair of an organization based in Washington, D.C. that had 800 different colleges, and it was focused on efficiencies. Now you can imagine within those 800 colleges, there are a lot of differences, right? So what we did was we focused on the common goal that we all had, which was efficiency and saving money at the college level. At the University of St. Thomas, when I chaired the independent colleges and universities of Texas, certainly there is a wide range of different kinds of institutions there. It was getting to know the presidents because the presidents in that institution formed the board. And getting their buy-in was not easy, especially around the kinds of sort of statewide, I'll call it global, but statewide global initiatives, because they're like, well, we're the big dog and we don't really have to play with that. But the important piece of that was there was relationships and demonstrating to the individual institutions and the presidents there how their participation was key, right? One of the ways that we did that when I was in Indiana, so the University of Notre Dame is a member of the organization that I led. And they're sort of a horse of a different color from a lot of institutions. They have lots of money, an R1 institution, athletics, right? And so for them, it wasn't so much, and this is why the relationship is so important. It wasn't so much what could Notre Dame get out of membership and participation, although what they did was they found out that they could get a lot. It was about how they could help the community, right? So for them, it was sort of a flipped classroom, if you will, in terms of they understood that they brought so much to the table, it was part of their community engagement that they were able to work with us. And so that was a virtuous cycle of helping one another at that institutional level that helped then at the greater system level. So it is based on commonality, the goal that we all try to achieve, and those relationships. You're welcome.
Thank you. We've come to the time that if anyone does have a follow-up question, this would be the time to do that. Yes, I'll do it to this around the table right now. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. Thank you very much for being here, and we certainly appreciate your time in answering the questions that have been posed to you. I'm wondering if you were selected to be the next chancellor here in Nevada, based on the experience that you have, what do you think is a timetable in which you would feel most comfortable grasping the role of chancellor in this state?
So grasping the role of chancellor, I think, wouldn't take long at all, right? That would be a very short understanding. The role as described, you know, and the duties and responsibilities of this prospectus. The thing that will take a little bit longer, because just getting to know people is going to take a little bit longer, right, are those key relationships, right? And that's the thing that I'm looking forward to, because at least let's just say my past has been that I'm really good at that, at developing the kinds of relationships that then give us the power to make those calls, if it's late at night or whatever, to get people on board. And so that will take a little bit of time, traveling to the different institutions, getting to know the presidents, the other leaders, the legislators, the governor's office, certainly each one of the regents here. I mean, my goal would be to have a working friendship. And I say friendship because I think that's what it is. We're all in this together for the same purpose. Now, we may have, in some ways, divergent ideas about how to get there, but that's okay. It is that goodwill that I'd like to build. And so to do that, you know, I think coming up, and I like the timing of this search too, because it will bring the new chancellor in on the interim. And I think that's when most of those relationships are formed. So I'm thinking by the time the session hits again, we should be ready to roll on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. My follow-up question relates to more of your commitment to diversity, right? I think you mentioned a little bit about it in your materials that you provided, but
Sure.
as you know, in your research that you've done to get here today, that NSHE is a minority-majority system. We serve immigrant students, first-generation students, Native students, students who identify in different ways, and differently abled students. I guess I really want to know more in depth about how you plan to lead with a true commitment to inclusion and belonging across our system.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm really glad to get that question. So inclusion and belonging is something that I feel on a personal level, right? So some of you may know, may not know, but I have Stargardt's disease. So when I'm looking at you right now, I don't really see you because I have no central vision. I have peripheral vision so I can walk around. That puts me in an advocacy position and in my roles previously for students with disabilities and those for whom a quote, normal experience of learning is not always readily accessible, right? So on a personal level, I understand that. On a professional level, I have worked and done lots of things over the course of my career that, you know, even before diversity was really a thing. For instance, one of the things we did at the Albany Law School was we developed one of the first diversity offices in the country. And the goal there was really to support a more diverse student body and success rate. We were able to accomplish both of those things. One of the reasons I went to the University of St. Thomas was because I wanted to be in a community that was very diverse, right? And certainly Houston is that, as a minority-majority community. The University of St. Thomas, I already mentioned, 80% of our students are students of color. The University of St. Thomas was rated the #1 Hispanic serving institution in the country a couple of years ago for private institutions. We were like, I think, #3 or #4 in the country, but the others were public institutions in front of us. We were identified by the Dream.us as a participating institution, and one of their largest, within the short frame of time that we had been participating, one of their largest scholarship recipients for students who were dreamers. So the understanding that a student comes from and has lots of different expressions and lots of different backgrounds is just part and parcel of finding students where they are. And I think that's what all of us do, is we want our students to thrive in the environments that we create for them. And so that's one of the things that I think the breadth of my background shows, is that the students, regardless of their background, succeed, and that we understand they are each individual, and the dignity that each one comes with is something that we seek to honor. Did that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Escada.
On a previous answer, you mentioned about friendship and relationships.
Yeah.
And the common respect between yourself and board members. Describe a situation where you had a conflict with a board member and what you did to resolve that problem. But during this answer, please provide a detailed response, what you thought, felt, and what you did to resolve that conflict.
Sure. Well, one of the things that I'll talk about is, and this was with my board chair, and I've been blessed to have great relationships with my board chairs. We had a big disagreement. It was over a personnel matter. And he was like, you just got to get rid of this person. And I said, well, the body of work that this individual has given doesn't warrant that, right? There may be a question about this particular thing, but overall, so he and I went sort of round and round about that. But the important thing, and this is what is the telltale piece of the strength, is that because we had built that relationship, both the working relationship and the friendship were able to be sustained. I was like, oh man, what's going on here? He's my boss, all this stuff, right? So I'm feeling a little anxiety about that, but I also knew him, right? And he was someone that understands the role of governance and management, right? And so understanding that and relying on that was my best judgment, right? And his was that, and we had a disagreement, and we understood that, and we had some rows over it. But the point is, that didn't deter us from the other important things that we were doing, and we got past that, right? He's like, okay, it's your call, but it's on your head. So that's the kind of trust that I think we all need to have in these relationships, so that it shows strength, I think, that we can have those kinds of disagreements, and that's what makes us stronger. Ultimately, it is that bond of moving forward together that makes the difference. Sure.
At this time, what I would like to do is ask you if there's anything you feel like in your background that we either didn't touch on or that you were not able to share on the materials that you submitted.
Mm-hmm.
And if you feel like that's important, we'd love to hear from you now. And then I'll just go on to say, if not, we would welcome any questions that you may have for us before you give a brief statement on your closing statement.
All right. One of the things that we haven't touched on much in this conversation is my work as a practicing attorney and as an administrator and teacher in law schools. And I think that's a really important element of my background, because it gives me the facility to engage on the public policy issues. And I used to prepare students for litigation, right? So understanding the law and the facts are both really important in putting the pieces of an agenda together. And so that's why these relationships that I talk about are so important, because we may know the law, we may know the particular pieces that apply, but if we don't know our communities, if we don't know the people and the future, say with the economy, with the medical industry, that's what we want to build. If we don't know both of those together, then I think we're missing a great opportunity. And so my background in law, both law schools and practicing, I think gives me an opportunity to put those kinds of right side and left side of the brain together in a way that maybe we didn't get a chance to touch on that much in those previous questions.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of us that we could answer for you?
Sure. One of the things I'd like to know is, in a larger group like this, you sometimes get divergent opinions, but what are the top 3 things that we want NSHE to do moving forward? Go ahead.
I'll answer that. I think that I think that it's important for the system. There are some issues, I think, where people don't feel supported. It goes, I think, from the system office even down to the faculty level with our varied institutions. And I'm not sure that they feel that they're heard. And I think that that has to do with maybe some transparency and also leadership. And I think that that's vital for us to have a leader that's not afraid to make decisions, but also, making them thoughtfully and also advising the board of what's taking place. So I think that's important and vital as we move forward. I'd like to see us become more of a system so that we can make the pathways for our students more seamless. So when you have a community college student that is looking to go up to the university level, I think that should be a much smoother process than it currently is. I think we could do better there. And I think that there needs to be a lot of work on communication with the board and the chancellor and the presidents. And, there's this interesting dichotomy of, we're your boss, you're their boss. And we really don't want to get into the weeds of what all of the institutions are doing. But we really feel like that there is a need to ensure that these presidents feel empowered by their chancellor and their board, but also that they're making decisions that are going to obviously impact the institution in a positive way, as well as the system.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. We've lost our chair.
She'll be right back.
Okay, great. So while we have a little bit more time, just to comment on those things, I'm really encouraged by those 3 items that you listed, because I think they sit in the wheelhouse of some of the things that I do best. So I'm really happy to hear that. I see such potential here. And I guess that's one of the things I would like to ask you all is, what is the top potential that you see for the system? And I know you've touched on some of those things, I think, through the answers that you gave, but if there was like one particular thing, what do you think it would be?
I think we need a strong leader. I think
Okay.
we need a strong leader in this position. We need someone who understands what leadership means, who understands how to make a decision and move forward. And that's really what we need here. And I mean, these are things you can't teach. You can't teach someone how to read a room. You can't teach someone how to know relationship situations. It's things that we really need. And you can't teach someone to have confidence in making a decision and moving forward. And I think that's our greatest need right now in this system, is someone with compassion, with empathy, but also with an ability to lead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll mention an item that I think is a challenge for us. I'm new to Nevada myself. I've been here less than a year. But I've been struck by the insatiable desire in this state to continue to grow, to diversify, to to build an economy, build a way of life that's just better for everyone. It's a very dynamic environment. I think it's absolutely critical that NSHE, the board, the leadership within this system focus a great deal on communicating the value of higher education in the midst of all of that. You know, we're all on the inside of education, so for us, it's like a no-brainer, right? I mean, education is essential. Everybody needs to have it. It increases the quality of life and individual value, but it's a harder sell in our society now. You even made some reference to that, I think, earlier on in your comments, the idea that as we have more and more questions about its relevance, about its affordability, about its value, and so, because there are alternate paths. And so I think that's a leadership place for NSHE as a whole, the respective institutions within it and the system led by the chancellor and the board to communicate both to the legislature and the citizenry, I guess, in more aggressive ways, perhaps, of the value of higher education, all the way from a certificate at a community college like mine that gets you straight into the workforce, all the way up into and including graduate and professional degrees, whatever individuals aspire to. But the value of higher education to the future of continuing to build this dynamic Nevada that everybody's so focused on.
That's true. I couldn't agree more. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the growth dynamic here and the potential that comes from that is so attractive. And my belief is that NSHE is situated in a unique position, probably among the systems of higher education in the country, because of that growth dynamic, because of the regents and how they are chosen from popular election. That creates a really responsive to the people dynamic that I think is going to inure to the benefit as the system moves forward. Yes.
For me, if I can chime in as well.
Certain, and then we'll go to Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I really like what Dr. Kibler had to say right now, actually. I think right now I'll be teaching in next fall in K through 12. And one of the things that I am thinking a lot about is, you know, my siblings tell me a lot about how their friends don't see any value in education or higher education, right?
Right.
And I really do sympathize with what Dr. Kibler is saying, especially as we continue to diversify our economy, right? I guess one of the things that I'm looking for from the system itself is, and our regents, the chancellor, is to get to know the mission differentiation of our system, of our institutions, right? Our institutions serve unique, different needs for our community, and getting to know that and being responsive to them, I think, is very important, especially as we continue to have a lot of regional conversations, getting away from that regionalism and understanding that we serve the state, right? And the other thing that was brought up too is from Regent Goodman is this necessity to lead with compassion, right? I think that's especially needed, especially during these times where compassion is not so recognizable, right? So those are my 2 cents there.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with your teaching assignment.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I'd like to address just with your leadership qualities.
Right.
It's so important to surround yourself with a team. It's important to be able to delegate. It's important to make sure that the morale of your of the institutions of this office, of the entire system feels uplifted. And I would just love to hear from you. How do you do that? Do you embrace that kind of leadership qualities, and just your answer on that?
I think it's indispensable what you're talking about, because we are, relative to higher education, and relative to because there's a strong nexus with politics too. It's all about the relationship with people, right? We can do the X's and the O's and the data and all that stuff. We got that. But it is how you bring people along, right? So the experience that we had at the Independent Colleges of Indiana was really a turnaround situation. And so it breathed life into the organization. The team that was there and that we added to or built, reformed, was so indispensable because as dynamic as a leader can be, right, you can't get it all done with just one person. And so you build teams of teams. At least that's how we approached it. And so that's why we were so successful in elevating the impact of that organization, those 31 institutions within the state. And the same thing goes at the institutional level. At UST, it was again a turnaround situation. And you're going to make some decisions that people don't like. That's just the way it is. But the reality is, if you've done your work to gain stakeholder input from across the spectrum of those people who are in the family, in the tribe, right, then you have a much better chance of succeeding with that success initiative. And that's what we did at the University of St. Thomas. That's why we doubled the endowment, doubled the enrollment, doubled the gross revenue. But you're always going to have people who don't like that kind of change. And so you engage them and respect them, but also you can't take your eyes off the prize, and because the greater good depends on it. And that kind of success is infectious. So that's why, for instance, when I got to University of St. Thomas, it was harder for us to recruit talent, harder for us to recruit faculty. But once they saw the flywheel going, once they knew that mission was centered on the student, that experience, and engaging the community, that's what people wanted. And so we would get people calling us up saying, hey, I'm tenured over here, but I want to come to your college because of that, because of the diversity of your student body, because of the potential that is in that great growing area known as the Gulf Coast of Texas. So those are the kinds of things that you can leverage the potential of the institutions, of the ecosystem around it, the economy, and that creates that flywheel effect. And that's what we've been able to do with the teams that we've created, is engender that kind of enthusiasm, that vision of the future where people say, I want to be part of that. And that's why we've been able to achieve those kinds of outcomes.
Thank you very much to everyone here. Anyone online as a regent have any comments? Or a community member, can't even talk, advisory member? Seeing none, what I'd like to let you have a few minutes to have a brief closing statement at this time.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here. We were up in Reno, and then we were here with the open forums the last 2 days, and now I get a chance to visit with you guys. This is really a dream come true. The opportunity to join all of you in this great goal to elevate the Nevada system of higher education and really become a catalyst for that bright future that we talk about that is coming to Nevada. And it really is a crucial question. And the crucial question is, are we going to have the talent? Are we going to have the hands and the heads for the future? It's coming. And Nevada has, I think, a window of opportunity that we can take advantage of to build that system that says, not only are we building for the future that we see, but we are creating the future that we can't see, right? That what's just over the hill. And that's really the prospect for us that I think is so exciting. My background, I think, fits very well with that. And not only very well, but it's one of those things that I get really excited about, because that's what I have done the last essentially 20 years of my career, is taking organizations that were good organizations. They just needed to have the future right on their windshield so that they knew where they were headed, and we can bring everybody with us to do that. And that's what I have been successful to do. And the background that I have with legislative engagement with the governor, with regional organizations in higher education, with national organizations, even with global organizations, gives me a breadth of understanding that I think is going to be helpful as we build that future for Nevada together. And so I've said in the seat of the president, part of the responsibility here is to engage with the institution leaders. I've walked in those shoes. I understand what they are experiencing. I think that's going to be really helpful. I think that the engagement that I've had with large boards, I've told people, I'm really excited about a Regents board with 13 people. That's very manageable compared to the 50 or so that I've had in other settings. That kind of engagement, being right in the middle of all that, that's where I thrive, and the teams that are surrounding me, that's where they get excited too, because the chance to inspire that future and to actually execute on the policies and get it done, that's where the rubber meets the road, and that's where success happens. So I'm so excited that we had this chance to talk. I hope that we'll have many more opportunities to talk like this as we build the future for Nevada's system of higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your interest in the position. We've really enjoyed meeting with you and hearing your answers to our questions. We will be deliberating a little bit later today, and then the consultant firm will reach out to you to let you know what the conclusion of that is. And thank you again for taking your time to come to our state and share all about you and what your desires are. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
What I will say now to the committee is we will have a little longer break than we thought, and we will use that to let everybody have lunch and take a few moments. But I will share with you again, please, we know it's a little bit longer period of time. Do not deliberate or have any conversations that would cause any problems with our search. So we appreciate you following those rules. At 12, 12:35. Thank you for saying that. And we now are on to the third candidate. And what I'm going to do is turn it over to Greenwood, Asher and Associates.
Thank you, Regent Brager. Your next candidate is Mr. Matt McNair, who serves as the CEO of Cardinal Advisors. He's been in this role since 2018. That's one of his roles that he's held. This organization works with universities, helping them increase revenue through strategic partnerships and philanthropy. Last year, he also served as the interim CEO of the South Carolina Technical College System Foundation, and that position was intended just to be a short-term position. He also serves in a part-time capacity as the founder and CEO of Trust Lab and has held that position since 2021. And this is a nonprofit organization formed to serve as a catalyst for a new public safety system. He's previously served as the president of the Oregon Health and Science University Foundation from 2018 to 2021. Prior to that, he held a number of positions at The Ohio State University, including as president of the Ohio State Innovation Foundation and as vice president of Economic and Corporate Engagement from 2015 to 2018, as well as the chief advancement officer in the College of Engineering from 2012 to 2015. He also had a number of prior roles, including the vice president and director of development at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, and the Chief Deputy Attorney General for the Nebraska Department of Justice from 2003 to 2007. He received his JD from the University of Nebraska and his BS from the University of Kansas. Regarding Matt, we were proactively made aware by Mr. McNair of a lawsuit that was filed by a former employee of the Ohio State University. While he was not a named party to the lawsuit, there were allegations in the public complaint against Mr. McNair. We received documentation from the attorney representing the defendants that indicated that the case was, there was a voluntary dismissal by the plaintiff and no briefing or trial was held. And of course, this means that the plaintiff cannot file that, refile those allegations in any other court. In terms of the referencing overview, we spoke with 8 referees, including current and former supervisors, peers, and direct reports, as well as off-list. Matt was highly recommended for this opportunity by all but one of the referees. The one referee recommended him, citing they couldn't give their highest recommendation because they did not have enough information about NSHE or this position to be able to provide their highest recommendation. In terms of some of the feedback that we received, referees noted that his time in the military, practicing law, and working in state government clearly prepared him well for the political environment of academia. In today's difficult political and economic climate, these are skills much needed by a university leader, particularly, and rarely found, particularly in those who spent their lives in the academy.
Matt is a professional, passionate about higher education, and committed to excellence and inclusion. He was trusted to meet with the largest donors in the college and the university and with the state and government officials when he was in Ohio, and then also other leaders from around the world. He has reported to large boards, including the Oregon Health and Science University Foundation Board, and he understands how to navigate leadership with diverse perspectives. Both government affairs and education require strategic leadership, political skill, and the ability to bring people together, and Matt embodies these qualities. His strong academic background, deep understanding of governance, and ability to collaborate across different perspectives make him an ideal candidate to lead NSHE. As vice president at Ohio State, he launched a new initiative to bring together economic development, technology, commercialization, and corporate relations. He excelled in these roles and learned important lessons about navigating highly complex organizations. He did a great job connecting with the community and building relationships with university leadership to help streamline and enhance fundraising potential. He was also viewed as being successful in helping, and this was at Oregon, helping them drive big fundraising ideas and meeting big goals and securing additional support to increase their staffing in their office. He was the one who gets credit for establishing the Office of Corporate Engagement at Ohio State. This position was created specifically for him, and this was the university's primary liaison for business interactions and streamlining connections between industry and various university departments. Recently, he's been working as a consultant for Blue Sky Collaborative Network, and he's worked with a coalition of historically Black colleges and universities and national nonprofits, and has submitted a $5 billion request to research in partnership with R1s, HBCUs, workforce and technical colleges, as well as community colleges, and K through 12 programming to create centers of excellence. And the referee thought that this has provided him with additional exposure to institutions other than R1s. In terms of specific strengths that were cited, he's strong communication skills, responsive to feedback, his ability to handle stress, build a high-performing team, strong interpersonal skills, a team player, strategic. He holds himself accountable. He manages change adeptly. He's got a can-do attitude. He's empathetic, motivational, exceptional problem-solving abilities, strong listening skills, relationship management, and talent development, and kindness. In terms of growth areas that the referee cited, one referee said this is clearly a high-profile job that university faculty might question or inquire about the academic experience of Matt. While he has extensive knowledge in research and healthcare administration, additional support in the educational realm may be beneficial, and reinforcing his educational credentials and leadership roles would help in establishing and confirming his credibility. Ensuring that Matt has the right team around him to help manage the diverse components of the job that he will oversee will be beneficial. Also, Matt is a fast-moving, strategic leader, and sometimes change can be difficult for all staff to navigate. So being mindful of implications and the necessity of a strong core team to help manage this change will be important to ensure his success. Avoiding the inclination to take on too much by building upon existing strengths and gradually ramping up new initiatives would be important as well. In terms of the survey results, 30 individuals responded to the survey on Matt. 60% of the respondents expressed very high or high support for his candidacy. In terms of the strengths that were cited on the survey, they talked about his strong background in business and legal matters. He's focused on innovation, progress, and managing complex budgets. He's proven strength in managing challenges, conflicts, and leading organizational culture. Has an ability to work well with colleagues and manage diverse personalities. He demonstrated a good knowledge of Nevada's higher education landscape and system orientation. He's engaged in conflict resolution and fostering a culture of inclusion and kindness. He has experience in building corporate partnerships and fundraising and philanthropy. His experience spanning various sectors benefiting higher education and community involvement, and he has an ability to address issues proactively with effective negotiation and networking skills. And then he also came across as very friendly and with an open demeanor, making him accessible and and effective in engagement. In terms of areas of support that were noted, they felt that he would need to be immersed in the cultural and historical context of Nevada to make informed and community-driven decisions. Be important for him to develop a deep understanding of NSHE's structure, operations, and political environment. In addition, he'll need to gain familiarity with policies and priorities to strengthen work for students, as well as connecting him with experts in dual enrollment, credit for prior learning, and shared governance specific to NSHE. Another respondent indicated that it would be important for him to be able to tailor his communication style to suit diverse audience and context within NSHE. Building open channels of communication with the board and institutional presidents for collaborative governance. He'll need to be engaged with community college faculty and students to grasp their perspectives and needs. He'll also need to balance administrative strengths with critical skills like curriculum development and faculty governance. And then he'll need to learn about Nevada's government and political processes to navigate them effectively. And then handling the voluminous budgeting needs and financial management within NSHE. And that's Matt.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. McNair, you're welcome to either sit or stand, whatever your comfort is what you'd like to be able to do.
Thank you very
I
much.
welcome you, and it's good to see you again.
You too.
Thank you for your interest in the role of Chancellor for Nevada, the system of higher education, and congratulations to making it to this part of the process. We will have 9 questions that members will ask you, and we will do that in about an hour time frame. After that, we'd like to let you have an opportunity to add anything that you felt maybe was not on what you sent us or something we didn't ask. We'd also allow time for you to ask us any questions and then give you a moment or two for a brief follow-up on a closing statement if you'd like at that time. So welcome again, and we're going to start with Regent Stephanie Goodman.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Stephanie Goodman, and my question is, higher education generally and the Nevada system of higher education in particular face many challenges. What do you think are the top 2 or 3 challenges facing our system, and how do you think your skills and experience prepare you to face them as our next chancellor?
If you've seen the conversations the last few days, there's obviously a lot of challenges facing us. I think that for me, the 2 that are most important and sort of foundational to everything else. One, as I mentioned the last couple of days, I think that we've lost the trust of a significant portion of the public. And so I think earning the trust of the public back is one of the most important things that we can do. And then I think the second is financial stability, because if we don't have money, then we can't complete our mission as well as we can. So on the trust, I think that is something that has deteriorated over time, but relatively quickly. I mean, if you heard the stats from what I said the last couple of days, there's been a 21-point drop in public confidence in higher education. And so I think that impacts our budget. It probably impacts the budget at the state level. I certainly think it's affecting why the administration now is able to do what they're doing without a lot of public backlash, because in some ways, we kind of made our bet on this. So I think we have to earn back the trust of the public and be more transparent. There's a lot of issues where I think we can be, whether it's the budget or free speech, there's a number of issues where I think we have to be absolutely transparent with the public, and for good or bad. Sometimes we'll have a great story to tell. Sometimes we'll have stories to tell that aren't so great, because every institution has issues, and we just have to be honest about that. And I think if we're honest with the people, then they'll trust us, whether it's good or bad. And like I said, in financial stability, we have to address that. We can move within the margins. I know that this biennium is not looking great, even though the last couple have been better. And I think we have to look at diversifying revenue and corporate-sponsored research, I think, is a big area of opportunity. I think it's not going to be, it doesn't have to be as bad at the federal level. I think the indirect cost recovery that's at issue right now is a big issue, but I actually think I have a plan for going to NSF and asking for more money based on national security issues, because I think graduate students are paid so little that it's a threat to national security, because all of the American citizens that can do classified research are going to the private sector. So I think there are a variety of ways and tactics we can use, including financial innovation. When I was at Ohio State, I reported directly to the CFO, and he was really, really good. Probably, I think, the most innovative CFO in the country that I have seen. In fact, I got a call from a guy on Wall Street who I knew and asked me, who is this guy? What are you guys doing? Because he monetized our parking and our energy grid and got $1.6 billion that we were able to add to the endowment that funded the research themes, discovery themes that they're still using today. So that money has gone a long way. And so I do think financial innovation is another way that we can consider diversifying revenue streams and making sure that we're financially stable. Thanks.
I have the next question. My name is Kevin Osorio Hernandez, and I am the chair of the Nevada Student Alliance, representing over 110,000 students in the Nevada system of higher education. My question is, Nevada is one of the fastest growing states in America. People are attracted to our dynamic economy and high quality of life. What opportunities do you see for how our higher education system can contribute to continued progress at local, regional, and statewide levels? What specific steps would you take to engage all of our institutions in pursuit of those opportunities?
Thank you for that question. There are a few parts, so I'm trying to read along and make sure I cover this. So I think this is a huge area of opportunity, in my opinion. If you think about public higher education, the three legs of the stool that we talk about are teaching, research, and outreach. And outreach, historically, in my opinion, has just been underinvested. And it's easy to understand. Obviously, teaching and research are the primary sources of what we do. It's what faculty spend their time on. But I do think that's a big area of opportunity as a result. Because both community engagement, economic development, industry partnerships, I think, are incredibly important. In the community engagement, when you talk about trust and earning the trust of the people, we need to be out among the people. We can't stay on campus just doing our jobs. We have to be out in the community telling people what we do. And I've actually changed my tune on this over my career, because I used to think, just do your job. You're paid to do your job, go do your job. Because we operate with public funds and on behalf of the public, I now think that we need to spend a decent portion of our time out there telling people what we do, because if we don't tell them what we're doing, they're not going to know it, and they can't therefore appreciate it and appreciate the value of it. So the community engagement piece, I think, is important, and we need to be encouraging people, from the chancellor to the presidents to anybody on campus who wants to go to the Rotary Club or the Optimists, or to a dinner, an alumni dinner, wherever you can go wave the flag for your campus or for the system. So I think that's a big area of opportunity, and will help us earn back trust. And then, as I mentioned in the previous answer, I think economic development, and I know that this is in your strategic plan, and I appreciate that. That's actually one of the reasons I'm excited about this, because I think that's an enormous area of opportunity. I've seen it done well. I've been a part of it in Ohio and in South Carolina for economic and workforce development. So I've seen what I consider best practices. And I've seen it done in places where I don't think that it's done all that well either, so I have a decent comparison base. But we can generate revenue. We can help recruit more people to the state. I think if we work with the economic development agencies and the governor's office and the legislature, the enrollment cliff that's coming for all of us and everybody in the country, I think we can. I don't know that we'll eliminate the enrollment cliff and its impact on us, but I certainly think we can mitigate it. Because if we are working collaboratively with those groups, then more companies are going to locate here, because we're providing the workforce that they need, and we want to make it easy for them. And ultimately, that's what it's about, is easy access. Every company knows that we have what they need. The question is, can they access it? And so we have to make it easy for them to access. And that means having somebody who's a navigator for them on campus, and making sure that they know that we are invested in their success as well. And then we're going to end up with amazing opportunities for students as well, in the form of internships and co-ops and apprenticeships. So all of that, like I said, I think because of those reasons, engaging the community at each campus level and at the system level, I think is incredibly important, and a big area of opportunity for revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jeff Downs. I have the next question. NSHE is a system of 8 institutions, including research universities, a state university, community colleges, and an environmental research institute working together to serve the higher education needs of our communities and our state. Please describe your experience leading a high-impact collaboration in a college and university system. What was your role? What process did you follow? What was the outcome? And how would you apply that experience as our chancellor?
Yes, thank you. And similar questions have come up the last couple of days, and so I'll give the example that I've given. And if you've heard that already, I apologize. I guess before I get to that specific example, I will say I've had leadership roles in a variety of kinds of institutions and systems. So Nebraska's system is pretty similar to Nevada's, other than that we don't have community colleges. The South Carolina system has 16 campuses and 130,000 students, and Ohio State's just a giant place. And so I've had leadership positions in each of those places. As the president of the foundation at OHSU in Oregon, I reported to my own board, and we had lots of change initiatives there. But the biggest one that I did, and the example I'll talk about again, was starting the corporate engagement office at Ohio State. And I think the reason that it's relevant is because it relates to the other things that we've talked about, which are economic development, external engagement, corporate sponsored research, and diversifying revenue streams. So I had been, when I went to Ohio State, I said I would go to the College of Engineering and help them finish the campaign. And then they agreed to, at that point, find a campus-wide role for me. But we hadn't defined what that was. So when we crossed the campaign threshold, then I talked to the CFO and the provost about putting these things together, because I knew from talking to alumni from engineering and companies that they really struggled to access resources on campus. And so they needed somebody to help them access career services and technology commercialization. They had a really difficult time with that, because if you want to license technology, most universities fight you tooth and nail and negotiate every deal as if it's the next Gatorade, and it's probably not. And so we made the licensing term easy so that we could get a lot of deals out the door. It was just a volume game. And so anyway, we looked all over the country, all over the world really, at best practices for how universities were doing this in terms of economic development, technology commercialization, and industry engagement. And we put together this group under one umbrella, and we recruited an external advisory board from Ford, GE Health, AbbVie, and Procter & Gamble. And they came to campus every quarter and helped us educate faculty about the importance of corporate-sponsored research and how to make it easy for them to access campus. And we ended up getting millions more dollars every single year just from Ford, because we signed an alliance agreement with them because we simplified the IP terms. And so you can make a lot of progress in those areas. But what we did when we launched it, we realized after the fact that we hadn't involved quite enough people in the process, because as you mentioned, systems are large, campuses are large, Ohio State was large, and we thought we informed people sufficiently, but we were wrong. So we encountered some passive resistance, and when we realized that these people were not really rowing in the same direction that we were, we had to go meet with them. And we heard them and understood that we had failed to involve them as much as we should have and listened to their concerns. And they thought they were giving up control, and they were worried about their unit losing funding. In the end, everybody got more money. And this was a perfect example of the rising tide lifting all boats, but we had made some missteps. And so how I would apply that here and how I applied it later in my career at other institutions was making sure we did include everybody in that process. So shared governance is obviously the way that we do things in higher education, and that was probably my most poignant learning lesson, about the importance of involving everybody in a process that is inclusive and transparent and fair, and that if you include enough people, when you get to the end of the process, which we did at these other institutions that I've worked at now, by the time you get to the end of that process, even though it takes a while and it doesn't feel efficient while you're doing it, you end up with a plan of action that has unanimous support from everywhere on campus, and you eliminate or avoid to the largest extent possible that passive resistance, which can kill projects if you're not careful. So did that answer the question?
Yes, I think you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Cram. A substantial portion of our revenue is provided by the state of Nevada, so a positive and trusting relationship with the legislature, the governor, and the public are critical. Please describe your experience working with county, state, and federal officials, and how, based on that experience, you would build and sustain those key relationships to support higher education in our state. I have a little sub-question under that. Having reviewed our funding system in Nevada, I'd be interested in any observations you'd like to tell me about.
All right, I'm going to write that one down. No, thank you for the question. I love this question because I think it's part of what makes me a good candidate for the next chancellor, and one of the reasons I know I can be successful. You need an advocate and somebody who understands how to advocate to the most important audiences. Obviously, that includes, the state legislature as a primary funding source, the federal government as well, and then, county and local officials also. So when I was in Nebraska, after I got out of the Navy, I did a brief stint in venture capital and private practice, but then I became Chief Deputy Attorney General for the state of Nebraska. And I spent 5 years in the state capitol working with the governor and his chief of staff and legislators about, our budget and bills that we had introduced or introduced through legislators, and the crisis of the day. And I learned a lot about the legislature. And I was thinking about this morning because the governor's chief of staff, unfortunately, he passed away, but he was a guy named Larry Baer, and he was old and grizzled, and he had been around forever when I came in as the youngest chief deputy in the country. And so I had a lot to learn. And there are a handful of people who are well known in Nebraska that are men of few words. So the chancellor at the time, Harvey Perlman, our athletic director at the time, who had been coach, is Tom Osborne, also men of few words. But you'd say something to each of them, and they would give you a one-word answer, and then they would look at you, and there would be silence. With Larry, you would say what you needed to say. He would either say yes or no, and then you'd see the back of his head. But we had a great working relationship, and he taught me a ton about the legislature. So I'm very comfortable, navigating the halls of the Capitol and talking to legislators. Have also been on the Hill, on Capitol Hill, representing Ohio State, talking to, senators. It was, I guess we took Jim Jordan and Rob Portman and Sherrod Brown at the time, talking about the importance of higher education funding and innovation and technology commercialization. So I've done it at the state level and the federal level. I'm actually working with a county right now to do an economic development assessment for them because they're behind in what they need to be doing. And so I've worked with government agencies at every level, and I'm just looking at the question here to make sure I didn't miss anything. So how I would apply that here, absolutely would go find out. And I've got friends who work in government relations here in the state who I know would help guide me. And I know people in the system and all of you would help guide me and tell me, who do I need to meet with right away? Who are the people for the first week, then the first month, and then the first 6 months, to know where to go and who to talk to make sure that we're building those trusting relationships. So you have to not only be able to be an advocate, but you have to have trust. When you call, you want them answering the cell phone if there's an emergency. So I think it's two parts of that. It's the not only understanding it and advocating, but the personal relationships matter a lot. And that, I guess that also underlies a lot of the questions that we'll talk about today, but particularly with this one, I think is important.
Okay,
The second part. Now, when you say the funding system, are you talking about the funding formula, or are you talking about something more specific?
I guess I was asking about the formula, how it's been applied, whether it's seen as fair, whether there are haves, have-nots.
So I don't know. I think it depends on the biennium. And it depends on your priorities at the time. It depends on the financial health of every campus at the time. So I can't answer specifically about this biennium if I think it's fair or not, because I just don't know enough. I would have to get here and talk to people. I think that as a framework for thinking about those things, it's about the process, and we've talked about that before in shared governance. It's getting everybody together and working with Chris and the CFOs and the presidents on each campus to go through the system budget and go through each of the campus budgets to understand what's their financial health and where are they spending the money. So one of my first priorities would be going to each campus and getting a report on the budget and how they're performing year to date, where they're spending their money. Because if you show me your budget, then you've showed me your priorities. And so that would help me not only understand the financial health of the campuses, but where they're spending money and what their priorities are. Hopefully those ladder up to the systems strategic plan, and hopefully those ladder up in turn to the state's investments and investments that the private sector is making here as well, so that we're preparing students for the workforce of tomorrow. Because I think higher education largely prepares students for the workforce of yesterday sometimes, not NSHE specifically, that's just an industry issue. I saw Senator Michael Bennett from Colorado was on CNN, I think it was the other day, and said that we're still using 18th century teaching principles and we need to move into the future. So I think part of our role is trying to see over the horizon and anticipate what's going to be happening in the future so that we're preparing our students more effectively.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Valerie Connor.
Hello.
So I have question 5. The relationship between the system office and the campuses is critical to serving our students and the state. Please describe a difficult issue you have faced in the relationship between a system office and a campus. What was the issue? How did you address it? What was the outcome, and how would you apply that experience as our chancellor?
Thank you. I guess I've been fortunate that we haven't actually had all that many issues like that, because I think as the leaders have prepared and communicated pretty effectively, so we haven't had any big real knockdown dragouts at that level. I mentioned, I guess I'll use this example, and I mentioned it very briefly yesterday, but I can talk in more detail. When I was at Nebraska, so I was the head of fundraising. I was at the foundation, which served all 4 campuses, and that I was in charge of fundraising for the Lincoln campus. So the chancellor was in charge of the Lincoln campus, the president's in charge of the system. One of the young faculty members invited a speaker to campus, and she didn't know this, but the speaker, who had become a fairly well-known researcher in the last few decades, had been a member of the Weather Underground in the 60s. And so with some of our donors, it became a very big issue. It blew up in the media, and we very quickly, over the course of a couple of days, had to get straight what were the roles and responsibilities here responding to this pretty explosive situation. I mean, people were threatening to withhold millions of dollars of donations. It was very tense. And so we had meetings with the president and the chancellor to figure out, the long story short is we ended up with the chancellor being the spokesperson on the issue, and one person speaking with one voice for the university publicly. And so because it was his campus, he was in charge of the campus. So the president of the system then took calls from the legislature generally, and we tried to deflect those calls to the president, not to the chancellor, because people were calling him too, as you can imagine. So regents and legislators, the president was handling them, and then I was handling calls from donors. And it was donors from all 4 campuses, because in Nebraska, it's called the University of Nebraska system, and they see it as one. And even though each campus obviously is distinct, they felt like this is the university system's problem. And so whether it was a medical donor or a donor to Kearney, which is in western Nebraska, I was taking those calls. So it was about role clarity. I guess the lessons learned were, be ready on a moment's notice to define who's going to be speaking on behalf of the university, how you divide those things up. Because, as we were talking about it, it wasn't obvious in the beginning that it was going to be the chancellor. And I don't think the president really wanted to be a spokesperson, and I don't blame him. I think we ended up at the right result. But there was, some question about what the end result would be. So that's the closest thing I can come up with to a challenge between them, because usually, like I said, I've been lucky that we've been kind of worked those issues out in advance, so it never got to the point where it was confrontational.
Good afternoon, Mr. McNair. I'm Amy Carvalho. In the face of declining enrollment and increasing financial headwinds, tough decisions come to the chancellor, decisions that require difficult choices between competing priorities. How do you think about this kind of decision in general, and provide an example of a tough fiscal decision you needed to make? What was your role? What was the result? And what did you learn that you would apply here?
Thank you very much. I think, a lot happened during COVID, but, everybody went through COVID. Everybody went through the Great Recession too, but I guess I have a specific example from that might not have applied to everybody. So I was leading a campaign in Nebraska when the Great Recession hit, and our entire operating budget came from a charge on the endowment. And so when the markets dropped, and they dropped hard, it was going to impact our budget significantly. And I think most places probably use something like this. We had a 20-quarter rolling average to take out the peaks and valleys on our budget, but it still was going to be a big impact. And so it looked at the time, it looked like we were gonna have to cut staff because if you don't have the money, there's as much as you want to keep everybody around, you can't do it if you don't have funds to pay them. And so we got our team together, worked with the CFO, and looked at our entire operation, our existing budget as it stood at the time, and then we projected it out, and the CFO gave us kind of a few projections, best worst case scenario, and we came up with a plan, and it involved, we figured out that we were able to, and we were hoping that the markets were going to bounce back. Obviously, they did eventually, but it took a while. I was actually in New York with a donor, and Hank Paulson called him on his cell phone. He's like, I should probably take this call. I was like, yeah, I think you should. But what we did was we told our team, listen, we have a plan, because everyone was, understandably anxious. We communicated with them as often as we could about the ultimate plan, which was that we had to significantly reduce our travel. And if we did that, then we could afford to keep everybody on staff. But we still had to do our job. And most of the donors to Nebraska, lived within the kind of the Midwest region. Obviously, we had some people in New York and LA and Las Vegas and different places. But it meant that we were going to be driving to places like Kansas City and Oklahoma City and Minneapolis and Denver. And I wasn't thrilled about driving for 8 or 10 hours in the car, and nobody was. But it allowed us then to keep everybody on staff, and we actually never had to make any of those changes because the market rebounded enough that we were able to keep everybody on staff. But I think the key was not, the hard decision. It wasn't that hard of a decision because we were able to find a good decision that didn't require us to let anybody go. But the lesson to me was about how often you communicate, especially during a crisis. And we did the same thing during COVID. We would have all office meetings, over Zoom every week to make sure we were telling stories about how everybody was getting through it, but just sharing information, because I don't think people hate anything more than they hate a vacuum. And if there's not information, they're going to assume bad things. And so regardless of how bad the news might be, you have to share that with them. And I guess that was part of the first answer too, is you just got to share the news. And it's the cost of leadership. Sometimes, you're going to take the arrows and you're the messenger, and you don't want to be the messenger, but you have to make the decision and you have to share that news. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Kibler. I'm the acting president of the College of Southern Nevada. Community colleges in the state of Nevada are extremely important to the economic development and vitality of the communities that we serve. Equally as important is serving a diverse student population. Please provide your thoughts on how Nevada's community colleges will play a role in your vision of NSHE and expanding or enhancing higher education in Nevada.
Thank you very much. Great to meet you. I love the fact that there's so much economic development in these questions. I think that is, the community colleges play an absolutely critical role. And I mentioned this yesterday, I think it was Natalie that asked the question. But the vast majority of employees, if we're going to be recruiting companies to Nevada, the vast majority of employees that they're going to need are from the community colleges. So we need the community colleges and the four-year institutions, side by side, because they definitely need, MBAs, lawyers, and engineers, and all that too. But advanced manufacturing requires, stacked certificates and 2-year degrees and lots of different ways of getting an education that a lot of people might not think about. But I've seen this. Like I said earlier, I worked in South Carolina last year at the Technical College System Foundation, where I think there are only 4 million people in South Carolina, but they have 130,000 people just in the technical college system. So they view it as their job, and that goes back to the 60s. They've been working on this since the 60s. And so, we can get to that point as well. But I don't know if you know Tim Hardy, but he's the president of the system there, and he views it as his job to create jobs. And so when Scout, I mentioned this a couple days ago too, but whether it's Scout or Michelin or any other company, he says, how many people do you need? And they don't say, here's your tax breaks, there's a few students over on the Hill, good luck, there's career services office. They say, you need 4,500 students, we're going to create 4,500 students for your workforce. And that mindset, I thought was really interesting. So I want to bring that same mindset here to work with economic development agencies to take advantage of the fact that we have a strong community college system and that we can create a workforce that will attract companies here, that will impact our migration patterns, it'll impact enrollment in coming years. But the community colleges are absolutely, right there. Like I said, you need both kinds of institutions, but community colleges don't take a backseat in workforce development. And then for serving the diverse student population, I think, and I think I talked about this the first day, I don't think about that as all that different. Like, we serve every student. And, I've worked primarily in PWIs during my career, and I understand that NSHE is a minority system, but I've also done a lot of work in the last few years with HBCUs across the South, Morehouse and Cheney in Pennsylvania, Paul Quinn College, and we actually wrote a proposal for the CHIPS Act to try to get $1.5 billion at the time from the Biden administration to launch an initiative within the HBCUs to close the gap between the HBCUs and the PWIs. And unfortunately, we didn't get the funding, and I'm still disappointed by that. But I've seen, the HBCUs and how they operate, and I assume that there was no difference. There was scales difference because there is a gap in terms of the resources that they had, but we didn't approach anything differently because there was a little bit more attention on the student population because everyone's trying to hire for diversity, and so there was demand for the students. But how you approach the economic development issues or the education issues or the funding issues, for me, they don't really change that much between the kinds of institutions. And so, yes, we serve a diverse student population. That's great. We serve every student. And then by definition, we're helping a lot of diverse students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNair. Joe or Scott, it's nice to see you today.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. We expect the Chancellor to be a highly inclusive and consultative leader. And at the same time, we expect timely decisions. How, in your experience, have you balanced managing a system, fostering relationships with the board, and engaging with a diverse array of campuses in the system? How would you relate the experience if you are selected as our next Chancellor?
Thank you for that. That's always the balance, I think, especially in a shared governance environment, is, I mentioned yesterday, and I guess both days, I have a bias for action. So my default is, let's go. Let's just go make it happen. Let's do it. As I described in that previous answer, that doesn't always get you the best results. And so you get better results if you take more time, which is something that I had to learn over time. So I think, to me, the inclusivity and consultation matters a lot because that's how you get better outcomes. That's how you get unanimous support, avoid the passive resistance. So the key is, once you go through that process, and I talked about this a little bit at the end of the session yesterday, is like, you get to the end of the process, but at the end of the process, it wasn't a process for the sake of having a process. Then you have a plan of action, and you have to implement that plan, and that means you have to act, and you have to hold people accountable. And so that's the process is inclusive, and then you start the work, and then you lay that groundwork, and you check in as often as you need to with the people who participated, because you might need to adapt. It might not be a perfect plan, and you might need to change course, and then you go back and explain and have another inclusive process to explain why you need to change course. But that's how you avoid roadblocks and obstacles moving down the road with some of these initiatives. So it's always a balance. I think that a lot of institutions across the country, if they err on the side of getting wrapped around the axle and letting the process take too much time and not actually acting, and then not holding people accountable. So I think part of the accountability piece is clarity. And so whatever you come up with at the end of that process, you want it to be crystal clear. What problem are you trying to solve? What goals are you setting? Who's responsible for which pieces of the plan? What are the metrics you're going to use to measure progress along the way, so that there's a dashboard that tells you whether you're making the right progress or not, and then hold people accountable. And it's a lot easier to hold people accountable if you have clarity about what that path looks like. So I'm just going to glance at the question again, because I might, unless you had a follow-up, I'm going to make sure I didn't miss a part of the question. Yeah, so I guess, I would use those same lessons here within the campuses, and as the Chancellor, obviously you need an inclusive process, and the budget is one of those. The issues, though, between the campuses, honestly, I don't think, yes, they are unique in a system, but they're not that much fundamentally different than issues between colleges on a campus or within departments. I've seen departments fight tooth and nail over resources within a college, every bit as hard as people fight for resources at different campuses in the system. So I think the principles are largely the same, but that's how I would apply it here, is making sure that you carefully implement a process and include everybody that needs to be included, make sure that it's fair, make sure it's transparent, and then come up with a crystal clear plan of action with metrics and accountability built into that plan. Thanks.
What I'd like to do just for a moment is ask from the advisory committee members that are online if anyone has a question or a follow-up question? And then I'll go to the room here. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in the room that has a Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you so much. As you know, and you mentioned it various times as well, that NSHE is a majority-minority system, right? We serve many different types of students. We serve immigrant students, first-generation students, and students who identify in many different ways. In my conversations with students leading up to today, many shared that they're looking for a chancellor who is deeply committed to belonging. One of the things you mentioned is that we serve every student, and of course that's very true. But we also know that every student doesn't mean every student starts with the same place or has the same needs or has the same background, right? I would love to hear a little more about your commitment to belonging in our system and what that looks like in your leadership.
Sure. No, thank you for that. Happy to help clarify. Over the last couple of days, I've talked about the kind of culture that I want to create, and that I was talking primarily about the office and the system in the workforce, but it applies to students just as much. Inclusivity. I view, whenever we talk about these issues, diversity, equity, inclusion, I think of inclusion as the foundation that leads to good outcomes for everything else. I want everybody to feel welcome. I think that that's why universities exist, to be welcoming to everybody so that we can explore ideas and talk about anything, and nobody should ever feel unwelcome or unsafe on campus. And so I think that has to be one of our primary commitments, is making sure that everybody feels welcome. And like you said, not everybody needs the same stuff. And so we can tailor, we can have, there are high touch services, low touch services, medium touch services to figure out what students need, and that there are people across campus that exist to help students thrive, and we make sure that we give them what they need and we can tailor that to them. But that it starts with feeling like you belong. And so knowing everybody, is physically safe, that comes first. Not that you're gonna be emotionally safe because, like somebody might say something you disagree with and you're gonna have an argument. But to me, that's the beauty of higher education, is I like having challenging conversations. And I didn't become that way because I went to law school. Like, I went to law school because I liked arguing. So I argued with my friends throughout high school, and because it pressure tests your ideas. You learn new things, you learn new perspectives, and I don't want to be wrong any longer than I have to be. So if I'm wrong, I want to have a conversation with you, and you can, shine sunlight on my ideas, and then I'll change my mind. So everybody needs to feel welcome. And I've mentioned this the last couple of days also, but it was the motivation for me starting the nonprofit in Portland, which addressed the relationship between police and community members, because I saw the riots in Portland happening and community members were frustrated and police were being treated horribly. And one of the motivations was, and I thought about this more, this is not some great epiphany that I had. It's just that when I thought more about the fact that not everybody feels safe calling 911, that really bothered me a lot, because I don't know, if you can't call for protection from the government agents that we pay to provide that protection, I don't see how you feel like you're a part of your community or part of your country. And so I think belonging to me is one of the most important things that we can work on.
Vice Chair Escada.
Thank you, Chair Breger. One of the responses that you just provided is somewhat a nice segue for this question. Describe a situation where you had a conflict with your board and what you did to resolve this problem. And please provide a detailed response of how you felt, what you did, and what your thoughts.
Sure. I'm gonna grab a drink while I try to think of an example. Sort of like I mentioned before about the conflict at the system level. I've been fortunate to largely avoid conflicts with the board, and I think that comes from regular communications and making sure there are no surprises and making sure that our operations are aligned with the strategic plan. I have one example. I will go light on detail because we're public here and I don't want to give away personalities or issues that would be identifying. But there was one where one of my board members, I reported, we had a 42-member board, 13 by coincidence, had a 13-member executive committee that kind of handled the day-to-day stuff. But one of the board members wanted something, it was an ethical issue, wanted something that they shouldn't have had access to. And it was something that I couldn't compromise. I couldn't give them what they wanted without compromising my integrity and the integrity of the institution. So I was in a little bit of a pickle. So the first thing I did, a couple things, I went to a board member who I trusted, who had served for a while, and confided in her the situation. And because I, number one, wanted advice on how to deal with this other board member, because I wanted different perspectives and see if I was missing something, and maybe there was a chance to provide what they wanted, and I just wasn't thinking about it. But then also obviously wanted another board member to be in the loop and know what was happening, just in case the situation deteriorated further. As it ended up, that person agreed that there was not, I hadn't missed anything, that this was a kind of one of those messenger situations where it's the cost of leadership, and I had to say no, and it actually ended up impacting my relationship with that person in the longer term. It was okay, but it definitely impacted how that person thought of me because they didn't think I did enough for them. But what I did, that worked to some extent, and the reason that the relationship ended up being okay is that I spent a lot of time listening to them, and I had to explain why that we couldn't do what they were asking. But I spent a couple hours over the course of a few days listening to their frustration and why they wanted this and what they wanted, and trying to come up with alternatives and listening, legitimately listening to see if maybe there was an opening here, that I hadn't missed anything. So at the end of the process, unfortunately, I still had to say no. And sometimes as a leader, you have to say no, but there was no choice. And so I felt like that was the best outcome I could have managed in that situation. And I think the person felt heard and at least understood where I was coming from, even though if they weren't satisfied with the end result. Thanks.
Any other questions from anyone here? Please, Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I like a lot of the things you said, and I guess my question is, we've had significant turnover here. We've had a lot of issues, and so I guess my question would be, what is your commitment to Nevada and to the Nevada system of higher education?
Yeah, I want to retire from here. I'm hoping in 20 years, I was thinking about this, in 2045, I'm hoping that we're eating cake that has been baked by an AI-powered robot. And it's the most delicious cake you've ever had because they have perfected the recipe for cake at that point. But no, I want to be here for the long term. This is not a stepping stone for me. I've talked to my wife about this. She's committed as well. She has a lot of friends. We both have a lot of friends in Portland, as you can imagine, but there's so many things that are appealing about Nevada. We want to stay, because we've moved around a lot, and frankly, we're both a little bit tired of moving, but this feels like the right culture. I like the can-do attitude that you all have here. Honestly, that I don't know if you fully appreciate, that does not exist everywhere. People don't always make decisions, and there's not accountability. So I think this is it's a fantastic opportunity within the system, and I think to plant a flag for the system, because each of the campuses have their own sort of reputation, I think we can plant a flag with the system and make sure that people know that the system is providing a lot of value to the campuses, and we can be the best in the country. So I'm committed to NSHE. I'm committed to Nevada. Like I said, I want to retire here. I'm just going to have to buy more sunscreen.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks, for the record. Thank you very much for being here. My question really has more to do with what do you think is the amount of time that you would need coming into the system before you really feel like you're ramped up and ready to go?
Boy, that's a great question. It would be, obviously like any learning curve, it's steepest in the front. And you're always going to be learning things as a non-native. I'll be learning things, 2 years down the road. I'll know the words to home means Nevada pretty soon, hopefully. But I think in the first 3 months, hopefully, I would have kind of my feet under me for understanding the issues on each campus, the people who I need to meet with within the system and on the campuses and at the legislature, the governor's office, the economic development professionals. And hopefully, I would say, give or take 3 months, feel like I've got my bearings. And obviously, the first 6 to 12 months I'm still going to be a pretty steep learning curve and meeting new people and going out and carrying the banner for NSHE. But 3 months, I feel like I'd know, like I said, have my bearings. So that's a guess.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Go ahead.
Sorry, just one more thing. So, when we look at your background and your experience, When it comes to research, it's amazing. It sounds like workforce development. You really are very innovative. And it's no slight, but from an academic standpoint, right?
Yeah.
It's maybe not as robust.
Yeah.
And so, how would you manage and how would you affect this leadership with presidents of universities who had that significant academic background, and how are you going to manage all of that?
Sure, no, that's a great question. I will offer, it's a nugget in my resume. I did teach a course. I created a course for non-technical skills for engineers. So I was an adjunct faculty member at Ohio State also. So taught a class because the alumni and the companies were telling us that the students are great at engineering, but they lack all these other skills. And so we taught a course about emotional intelligence and professional writing and all sorts of other things. So I worked with another faculty member to design that course. Having said that, obviously, that's a drop in the bucket compared to people who are like Daniel, who are experts in curriculum development. And so I don't have that. Now, you're not going to find anybody who I think is everything to everyone. And so if you're looking for adding an extra layer of curriculum expertise, I'm definitely not your guy. So, but I don't think you need that. I mean, honestly, I think there are provosts on each campus. You got Daniel. I'd be shocked if they even would want my expertise if I had that expertise, which I don't. So I think it's, and I was going to mention this, and I still will in the closing, but I think if I were in your shoes, I'd be thinking about the skills that people need to succeed in this role. And I don't think that adding another layer of either academic work expertise or research expertise, nobody's going to ask the chancellor about the tensile strength of copper or some academic requirement. That's not what the chancellor does. It's not what they're going to get asked about. And like I said, nobody wants that anyway. Daniel probably wouldn't want me providing any of those suggestions. Thanks.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. One of the roles really of the chancellor is to hold presidents accountable for policies sometimes that the board sets or policies that the institution has to make sure everything's being followed. Can you describe what those levels of accountabilities look like for you in terms of how you would ensure things are moving the correct way?
Of course. Yeah, no, it's an important question. And I think the chancellor, as an extension, it was a complicated sort of structure, but as an extension of you all, the chancellor, somebody has to hold the presidents accountable, and it doesn't make sense for them to report to 13 people. And so I think I would approach each of the presidents just as I did. You served in the military. When I showed up as a new lieutenant, there were people working for me who I was in charge of, but they knew infinitely more than I did. Same thing at the Attorney General's office. The department chiefs knew infinitely more than I did about the law and about state government and everything else. And so in those situations, I just had to say, let's decide on what's your job, what are you responsible for, how can I help you? Like that, I think that's the primary thing is about support more than hopefully about accountability. But to the extent that you do have to hold them accountable, agree in advance and be very clear about what expectations are so that there's no surprises. So I'm not going to come to one of the presidents and say, well, X, Y, and Z happened. Why was that? It's like, well, we didn't talk about that. I didn't know that was one of the expectations. If we, talk about it in advance in terms of the budget and academics and research and student experience and athletics and security, all those other issues, and we're very clear about what expectations are, and for some things we'll have metrics and dashboards, and for some things we'll just be checking in. But if we're crystal clear about that up front, they're not going to hold it against me that I'm the new guy trying to hold them accountable because they know more than I do. And so it's just about that clarity. And I'm an extension of the Regents here. I'm not, you agreed that these were the things that you wanted to do, and hopefully they accomplish all of them, and we never have to worry about accountability issues. But I think that clarity and humility to say, listen, I'm not going to come run your campus. Like you and the provost have this covered. Your team has this covered. I'm not going to tell you what to do. We just need to check in and make sure that you're hitting these milestones. And if you're not, then we'll talk about it. And if you are, then great, go back to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from anyone? Okay, seeing none, what I'd like to do at this time is there anything in your background that we have not touched on or not addressed or any in the materials that you had submitted? If you feel like that's important for us to know, this would be the time. And then after that, if you have any questions of us, we'd be happy to answer them. And then, of course, we'd like you to have that moment for your closing remarks.
Sure, thanks. We've touched on a lot of the things that I think are important. I've reported to a board. I've managed big budgets. I understand conflict resolution. So now I think we've touched on a lot of these things. I think the one story that I had shared with you, I guess when we had our earlier conversation, I can share with everybody, and kind of how I think about the world and being innovative and borrowing good ideas from other places, is that I was talking to a person who's in charge of engineering education for graduate students. So not graduate level engineering, but graduate level teaching those people how to teach engineering. And so he said that inevitably, they get 6 months into this course and they love it. They're learning all sorts of new things and these new teaching methods. And they say, wait a minute, if we have all these better ways of imparting knowledge to the students, why aren't the faculty using them? And I think that's a cultural issue that we have to address is, let's be innovative. If there are better ways of doing things, let's talk to people about how to adopt those so that we can give our students a better experience. We can improve our operations. Because I think about half of innovation is just looking around. We've all got big networks across the country. We can look around and find out what's working for student retention or what's working for research funding, what's working for financial innovation. I love looking around and just stealing good ideas because there are very few new ideas. We just need to find out where to go for those ideas and then bring them back and adopt them and adapt them to work within our system. So I think that's sort of an underlying, in addition to my bias for action, I like borrowing good ideas from other places because they're free.
Very good. Anything you would like to ask us at this time?
Sure, and I don't know if somebody wants to volunteer to answer, but if you think about a chancellor being successful here in 1 year or 3 years, if they want to be truly successful, what does that look like?
Anybody want to go? Oh, go ahead, and then I will.
Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you. I think some of it has to do with things that you've already touched on, and it really does have to do with communication, both with the board and the presidents, and building up the network of support and understanding that a chancellor needs to be able to lead. And so the way that I've often looked at a chancellor position is essentially that's that lighthouse. And it's really important that the chancellor keep everybody moving in a very solid direction so that we're constantly improving what our capabilities are as a system when it comes to higher education in Nevada. Coupled with that is probably what are some of the best ways to approach legislators when it comes to funding. Funding is constantly an issue. And so I would say if those just few things are tackled in the beginning, then I think that would lead to some success.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Oops. This thing. Anyone else at this time? I would add, I think that Regent Brooks just hit the mark on that. And I think it's building those board relationships and knowing what can the board do for you. Everyone comes up here with different expertises and things that they do in the community. And I think using that support system is really important for a chancellor.
Yeah, and I guess I should throw in, thank you for that, that when I was at OHSU, I talked about the size of the board. Even though there were 42 people, I met face-to-face with every board member every year and met regularly with the 13 people who were managing the day-to-day operations. So I fully agree that this, having a trusting relationship with everybody, with all of you who are responsible, the accountability, there's a lot of accountability with the chancellor. There's also a lot of accountability for all of you. And you ran for office. And I didn't say this at the beginning, but thank you for doing that because it's a big sacrifice, especially in this era with the internet and social media. Running for office is a big deal. And so thank you all for your sacrifice and your service.
Thank you. And before we let you do your closing statement, Regent Goodman.
Just to answer your question too, I've said this before, but I think that we need to have leadership that can be compassionate, right, and emphatic, but at the same time is not afraid to make decisions. And I think that that's really what we're looking for is having transparency with the board, with transparency with the presidents, transparency with the community, transparency with the legislators. There's a lot of things that need to happen there, but we also need someone who's capable of leading in a way that doesn't make people angry or upset. And it's something that can't be taught. So, that's really what I think we're looking for is a leader that can be emphatic, but also affect change.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
If there is nothing else from the committee members or the advisory committee, I would have you go ahead and say a closing statement. And we appreciate your time here and look forward to what you have to say.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you all for what you do. Thanks for being here today. It's a big decision. I know that you have been through a lot, and I know that you want stability going forward, and you have high expectations, and I do too. Like I said before, I am committed to this position. I'm committed to Nevada. I want to live here. The enthusiasm of the people who live here is truly contagious. And I was telling people last night, I have not seen it anywhere else and I've lived all over, and I've never seen it like this, that people are truly excited about being here. So I'm excited about being here. I think, as we talked about before, if you're looking for the traditional sort of what most universities do in hiring a traditional academic to lead the organization, then I don't think I would be here. I'm not your guy. But I think if I were in your shoes, I would be thinking about the skills that we've talked about today that are important to NSHE leading into the future and leading for the next several years. And I truly believe NSHE we can become the best system in the country in terms of how we serve the people of the state. You've got the roadmap. You've already identified the important things. If we just execute that plan and are innovative and go plant the flag for NSHE, I think we can elevate not just every campus within the system, but elevate NSHE as an organization that really leads in the state and leads nationally in these conversations, because we can help shape the future of higher education. So when I think about what I think you need, and I think over the course of this conversation in the last few days and the research that I've done leading up to this, I think of it like three legs of a stool. First is you need somebody who can advocate, and primarily to the legislature, but to all different groups. You need somebody in the community, across the state, around the globe, but the legislature obviously is one of the more important bodies. And as we discussed, I've worked in the state legislature, so I understand how to navigate there. And I've been an advocate. I started as a litigator, so building my case and trying to think of what evidence did we need to introduce, what did we need witnesses to say, so that I could tell a good story during the closing argument. So I've advocated as a fundraiser also. Fundraising isn't about nothing but advocacy, selling the great things that are happening in higher education to donors who want to change the world and fund that change. So I understand how to advocate, I think, to the important audiences. I think the conflict resolution is the second leg of the stool that I think about, and that one might not be so obvious in terms of what you think of, but I think it underpins almost every issue we deal with, because anytime you have a conflict and anytime you have a conversation where people might not agree in the beginning, you have to use principles of conflict resolution and change management to make those things happen. And people spend a lot of time, arguing, and in my opinion, we could do it in a much more productive way and efficient way if we were more careful about how we introduced the topics. I mentioned, I think yesterday, that a well-defined problem is half solved. So I think if we're very clear about the problems we're trying to solve, and we create inclusive environments to facilitate conversations and decide what outcomes we want, and truly what kind of future do we want to create together, I think a lot of conflicts become much easier to manage. And I've had a lot of experience doing conflict resolution throughout my career. I mentioned yesterday in the state, when I was Deputy Attorney General, we had to negotiate disputes between tribes and local law enforcement and BIA and the State Patrol, and that was a fascinating learning experience. And then in the last few years, I've gotten to work with some of the best people on the planet in terms of conflict resolution. Braver Angels, Search for Common Ground, which is the organization that did the Truth and Reconciliation in South Africa, an organization called the Divided Communities Project at Ohio State, who I did not know when I was working there, but they have a national network of people who help resolve issues. And I've learned a lot about humanizing people, clearly defining problems, establishing an anchor for this future that we want to create, which I think those principles apply to a lot of different conflicts and are a very important skill set that any chancellor is going to need in a system like this. And then finally, I think financial stability. And that means somebody who can run a budget and who understands resource generation and diversification. So I've operated budgets. I've been in charge of budgets, multi-million-dollar budgets for 25 years now. I managed a $1.1 billion endowment, so I understand the budget side of it, but I also understand the revenue generation side, from both fundraising and philanthropy to the corporate-sponsored research, which I think is incredibly important. I think it's a huge area of opportunity for us to increase the research operation, and so I would look forward to working on that. It's one of the areas that I think the system, the center, can help the campuses, and because of my specific background, I think that I can help that effort, and really again, stealing good ideas, taking the blueprint that I've seen work in other places, and we got results. Everywhere I've seen it, it's worked. We've gotten the results. We've created more jobs. We've created more startups. We created more sponsored research and licensing revenue. So I feel very strongly those 3 skills I think are the most important things that will make a chancellor successful. So if that's what you're looking for, then I would love to come work here. I'd love to retire from here in 20 years, like I said. I'd love to be the next chancellor, and I know you've got a big decision ahead, so good luck with that decision, and thank you for your time.
Gosh, thank you so much for your interest in the position, coming here today. We really have enjoyed listening to what you have to say, answering all of our questions. After we deliberate, the consultant firm will get back to you and let you know what decisions were being made. But again, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity and the time that you've given us.
Great, thank you very much.
We are moving along nicely in just a natural order. How about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for item number 6. And do not discuss anything that you shouldn't, I'm looking over there, as we've been doing, and I appreciate your allegiance to that. Okay. All right, we are on to advisory committee discussion and assessment of finalists. And here's what I would like to say in the beginning of this. This is a serious position. People put themselves in front of us. Their reputations are on the line. Where they came from is on the line. If they don't get the job, that's on the line. They felt that they came here with good intentions, that's my observation. I've not had other conversations other than the initial conversations that we had when we listened to all the candidates that came forward. And so what I'm going to do is, I'm not looking for your number 1 and 2. I'm not looking for your number 1. I think it's healthy. This is my opinion only. I think it's healthy if anyone, and I'm going to start with the advisory committee before I go to the committee. Advisory committee, board members not on the committee, and then committee members, if that helps everybody. And so this is a live broadcast, and I think that it's important to always be respectful and compassionate. We heard the word compassionate just about from every candidate. And I think compassion matters. It's not about liking or not liking someone. Do they make a fit? Is it someone that could come here, get up and running, do what they need to do if we choose to move forward? These are all what-if conversations. If we go here, wherever we go with this relationship, if there is someone out there that we choose to move forward at this point in time. But I hope that let's stay ethical, honest, compassionate, in any of our conversation, because everyone's listening, from and everyone and anyone, and we know that. It's sensitive out there to our system as it is. I don't think we want to open us up to anything that we don't need to. And it doesn't mean you can't say what you want. I'm just saying that maybe we take it with some compassion. I'll just use that word again. I'll steal that, like they said, like to steal good things. I do believe in compassion. So what I like to do is I'm just going to ask if any of the advisory committee members at this time have a comment or a statement. We're not looking for who you want particularly, but a comment or a statement. I would be happy to entertain that at this time.
This probably is going to sound strange to you, but I would suggest that you first of all say to yourselves, as they were making their presentations, who did you feel connected to? Who did you feel most people will enjoy being around? Most people will feel a bond with? Who did you feel had a commitment to you? Because I think Nevada is very, very unusual. I think we don't like all the crazy talk. We want to get down to the real issues of what's what. And I think it's good to look for people that you think will be able to do that, because I think they will be popular with the legislature. I think they'll be popular with the governor. And I think it's somebody who can cut right to the chase, and somebody who, when they leave, you say, that was really enjoyable. I don't think anything can substitute that. For all 3 of these candidates obviously have the skills to manage this position when compared with each other. I don't think that one is necessarily superior to the other, but I think you ought to get people who you believe will relate to other people and who can enjoy and get people around them, who people will say, I like that person. You know, I think it's important. I think in organizations that are big, we sometimes skip right over that and go to the professor type. And I don't think that's what you want at all. I think you want the friend type who people are going to like and want to talk to and want to be in their company. So that's my advice to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cram. Always appreciated. And I'm not, it's like if you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. I'm not one that goes around a room and puts people on the spot. So if there's any other comments in the room, I will go there. Otherwise, I am going to add, do you have something? Please, Ms. Connor.
You know, being in Las Vegas all my life, born and raised as an native, and been connected within shared governance, the three candidates, I just didn't see a lot of enthusiastic in there. Coming to a big system, I just didn't see that.
Anyone else in the room as far as the advisory members at this point in time? I will go to online oh, I'm sorry, I feel like you made a, no, not yet. Please, Dr. Kim.
You all have heard some of this from me before. I kind of do a risk assessment of different candidates that I think about. I saw some dramatic differences in all three of these in terms of style. I kind of agree with Dr. Cram. They probably all got the skills to do the job, so I don't think that's a question. And so then it becomes a matter of the kind of leadership style you're looking for, the one that can really take on this role, because ultimately that's what it is. It's leadership. Dr. Bliss, I just wrote down some various things. I'm a little biased. I think someone who serves as a chancellor, if in fact you can find somebody who served as a chancellor that has experience as an institutional president, that's a plus. And then behind that, it's significant experience in higher education would be the plus after that. You know, Dr. Bliss has not been an institutional president. He doesn't actually even have any institutional administrative experience. He got system experience. But those are two different things. I was a president in a system once before where the entire chancellor's office staff, none of them had any experience in higher education. And those of us as the presidents in that system felt that, because there were times at which you could tell they just didn't get it. And there was too much of a tendency to try to apply a one-size-fits-all because they all had a system approach, rather than recognizing the individuality of the different institutions and styles. So that's a concern. Dr. Bliss is clearly not somebody that is going to take over a room when he walks in there. You can tell he's very introverted. I'm an introvert, so I'm not biased against introverts. I've learned to work in an extroverted way, being an introvert. So I'm not holding that against him. It was just a style issue I found with him. Now, he started off kind of slow and he warmed up he got better as the time went on, as he got more engaged. And so I think some of the questions sparked thoughts from him, whereas he was very thoughtful, clearly. And so I think he relatively low risk, meaning you kind of see what you get, I think, with him, but you recognize that he doesn't have some of those experiences in his background. No community college experience, and that's why I suggested that question that we had, because none of them had significant community college experience. Dr. Ludwig obviously does have experience as a president. It's at a private institution, but it's they're in Texas. I know a little bit about St. Thomas. It's a significant institution. He did exceptional work there, and he's served for longer periods of time, at least in recent years, in his roles than some of the others have. 7 years, 9 years kind of things, or whatever. He did have experience with the system, and one might say, well, those were all private institutions. But if you know much about private institutions, and you've headed up a system that had 30 different private institutions that range all the way from Notre Dame to little tiny faith-based small institutions, and to get those all in one corral and work together and come up with some common approaches, which they did with the legislature and such. I tip my hat to that kind of work, because that's harder work, in my opinion, than if you had managed a public institutional system that had 30 institutions. Because these private institutions are so different in terms of their mission, their purpose, their view of the world, how they do what they do or whatever. So I think that was significant experience on his part. He was just the opposite, perhaps somewhat, of Dr. Bliss. He's more of a race car than a plodder. I don't mean that in a negative sense, but and he's shown that in his career. But very limited public higher education experience. So that would be something to consider. You know, what's the significance of that? But a more commanding presence when he walks into a room. And so if that's important from a chancellor perspective. And he did a lot of different things in higher education. He started in student affairs, and then he was a law school administrator, and then he went into other kinds of work, and then has done the last almost 20 years in private higher education. Matt is very different than the other two. I mean, he acknowledged that. So his transparency and honesty about recognizing the fact that he's the most non-traditional of the three candidates. He brings limited higher education experience. I say that primarily because nearly all of his higher ed experience has been in is in fundraising and development. But if you're looking for an innovator, an entrepreneur, someone who's had significant success in fundraising, resource development, very thinking outside the box, he appears to be the guy that brings those kind of skills here. So we just kind of have to assess the desire with which we seek that in a chancellor. But his limited higher education administrative experience in more traditional roles of higher education showed in some of his answers. Some of them were a little more superficial because he hasn't spent a lot of time other than in the fundraising development world. Now in there, he's got it. You know, he had that. And so he represents a higher risk, I guess you might say, but that's, again, not a negative. It's just the fact that there are things that there's things clearly you could tell that he knows. And then you're not really sure what all he doesn't know, but he also struck me as someone who's very committed to learning, relying on those around him. And so I think he'd be a quick study in terms of coming up to speed. So that's kind of my pluses and minuses assessments of those three. Thank you.
For your comments. Anyone else in the room here or online that's on the advisory committee? Who? Oh,
Regent Breaker, this is Michael Wixom.
please go ahead, and then I'll go on to President Hilgersom, right? Is who you said? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to participate. I just have a couple of observations. I think as I went through and listened to the answers, I can just say from my perspective, TJ Bliss has a lot of operational experience. He has less system experience, but he has a lot of operational experience. Mr. Ludwig has a lot of system experience, and I appreciated that. Mr. McNair has more research experience, and I think, as has been observed, he's a more non-traditional candidate. But I think one of the questions the regents need to ask themselves is what they want from the next chancellor, what they want the chancellor to do, what their objectives are, what their goals are. And I think that really becomes a seminal question for the deliberation, is what you envision this person doing. And as you think about what you want this person to do, I think then you're better able to determine whether or not these candidates align with what you want to have happen. One of the questions that I thought was an important question was, how long do you think it will take you to get up to speed? And I'm not saying I was disappointed in the answers, but I think their answers, are helpful. One individual said it wouldn't take long for him to come up to speed. One said, well, 3 to 6 months. And another gave a similar answer. I think, having been around chancellors now for the better part of 20 years, I've worked with 5 of them, this is an enormously complex job. It's enormously complex. Not only do you have relationships to manage, but you also have 8 institutions to manage, and you also have board relationships to manage. And however you move forward, I think it's important that whoever takes that position understands and appreciates that complexity. And it may well be one of these persons, I don't know. But as you go forward, I think it's important that whoever steps into that position understands those complexities and understands the operational issues and the system issues and the relationship issues. And that will have to be a decision that you made. But I think, again, the number one consideration is, I think you have to determine what you want from this person, whether or not these individuals will align with what you want to have happen. But thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. President Hilgersom?
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you, Regent Brager. I think that all 3 of these candidates were really good candidates. And of the 3, I'd like to remark on a couple of them who, after introducing myself at the forum in Northern Nevada and being present at the forums in Northern Nevada, had an opportunity to listen to each one of them very carefully, and then listening carefully to the interviews today. I think there are 2 candidates that are really quite excellent. And so I'll just make a couple of remarks about them. And I actually think I'm probably the one here that's worked with more chancellors in the last 9 years, because I think when you count the interims and the actings, I think I'm up to 9 or 10 chancellors that I've worked with. And yes, I agree with Mr. Wixom. It's a very complicated and difficult job. So I will say that I'll start with Dr. Bliss. I think Dr. Bliss did have some excellent qualities. I think he did a really nice job with the interview today. I will agree, though, that I think with my colleague from CSN that I'm not sure he would have a bigger learning curve, because I think his experience has been almost more akin to a provost or an academician and a policy wonk. Now, I think he would learn, and I think he has a very compassionate personality, and I think he's a good public speaker, and I think he will do a lot of good things for the state of Nevada, and I think he is enthusiastic about moving here. But that said, Matt McNair is the one who really brought it home for me. I think he's very strong. I agree with Regent Goodman. I think what we need most is strong leadership. I think Matt McNair would bring that strong leadership. I also like his creativity, his entrepreneurial spirit. I think although he's not been a college president, I think he's done things that were close enough, because you're not hiring a college president, you're hiring a chancellor. And the chancellor should be leading the college presidents and helping us do our jobs, and even correcting us occasionally when we're wrong, right? I think he's wicked smart, really wicked smart. And I think that's what will help fuel a very innovative leader for NSHE. So I'm really thrilled that he is in the pool, and I look forward to your final decision. But again, I'm grateful that I think we brought 3 good candidates to the table, 2 of which really resonated for me, one of which is definitely someone that I think would do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on the advisory committee that has anything to share?
Chair Brager.
Yes, sir.
This is Ryan, Governor Lombardo's office.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your time. I really appreciated the candidates coming forward today, spending the time with the board to go over this. I did want to speak to some of my concerns that we have that I will share from the governor's office perspective, and the disappointment that Nevada-based individuals didn't make it forward in the process, who have that working knowledge of the system. And in that, you know, what we work with the chancellor and from the governor's office, I've been here for 18 years. And
May
been
I
able to
interrupt
form
you just
into
for
it.
a moment?
Chair-
We have special counsel wants to
Yeah,
speak.
Chair Berg, I just want to advise you that, you know, from an open meeting law, excuse me, I've lost my voice a little bit.
From an open meeting law standpoint, we're here, agenda item 6, which is discuss the finalist for the chancellor. I think
Sure.
Mr. Cherry or anyone else can make a comment on the process, but there really shouldn't be any discussion on that. And so I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Yeah. I apologize for going up. The point I was making in addressing the finalists is just backing up the comments we've already heard. There is a lack of understanding of Nevada issues right here, and my concerns in moving forward with some of the candidates is that we have to get them up to speed in pretty quick amount of time, and they've expressed like, hey, they think they can get up to speed and working knowledge on issues in a short matter of time. But being here for 18 years myself, working in the governor's office for a year, some of the issues that you face in NSHE as a board and as a chancellor are very, very complex compared to some of the stuff that we address over here. And I just didn't hear anything from the members that assured confidence that I will pass along that they can get up to speed in the timeframes that they shared with the members today. And that's what I wanted to relay and put forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Anyone else that is on the advisory committee? And then I will, after that, I will go to board members in the room and then to the committee or online. Seeing none, I'm happy to go to any are in the room.
Chair Breger, this is your Councilor Nielsen. Just so we're all clear, we're closing out agenda item 6,
Okay,
which is the
sorry,
advisory
that's where I'm
item,
going
and
to
then
the
we're
next
moving
one.
on to agenda item 7, which is Regents Committee discussion and recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I just like to be inclusive of everybody. So we are finished with item number 6. We will go to item number 7. I'm going to call on Jeff Downs.
Thank you, Chair Breger. Jeff Downs for the record. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I'm an employee of WNC and a student in NSHE. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. I have consulted this with the NSHE Council, who has been given guidance from the Ethics Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, in regards to item number 7, the committee will discuss and assess the finalists for Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, may recommend a nominee or nominees for consideration. What I would like to do now is go to regents not on the committee that are in the room. If anyone has any comments, this would be the time, or obviously tomorrow also, if something comes from this. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. You know, I think, first, Chair, I just want to say I can absolutely relate, and so can some other regents who are in the room, to this process and how difficult it can be. And, you know, just based on how our system has moved over time, getting folks to come here and want to be a part of it can sometimes be a challenge. And so I think there was a tremendous amount of work that was done in terms of getting the applicants that we were able to engage with today. And, you know, Chair, I think you should be commended on the work that was done. I think board staff should be commended on the work that they did. There was a lot of work to move things forward. And so I certainly want to lead off with that. It's clear that we do have some policy issues. And part of it is an outdated, antiquated NRS code from, I think, 1917 that absolutely has to be addressed in order for the system to be able to move in a most pragmatic, beneficial manner for the entire state of Nevada. And as long as we're still dealing with antiquated systems, we're gonna have instances where there may be some shortcomings in terms of how something is getting done, but it's no fault of those who are trying to get it done. It really is about policy and NRS codes that are hampering the ability to move things forward in again, the best manner for the state of Nevada. Having said all of that, the 3 candidates that came in, each were it was interesting because they each had very unique perspectives on their style of type of leadership and what they thought would be important for the state as we move forward. Also, it's obvious that we didn't have a Nevada representative or a candidate come forward, and we really have a unique and very finicky marketplace, I think, here in Nevada. And certainly it's beneficial to have already established relationships, when we're looking at key leadership roles. I don't envy the committee's job today at all. I was thinking it would be, it's even in this process, I still want to go back and look at some of the interviews based on the candidates that we have from the last couple of days to really hone in on, who might be the best person to lead the system forward. And I think, as it's already been said, it comes down to leadership style. And what type of leadership style would the committee like to bring forward to the board for a full vote? Again, I think there was some significant strengths and similarities in some strengths of two candidates. And I, again, appreciate the candidates who are here and their willingness to take on this very complex and substantial role. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I will say, whether I can say this or not, you can stop me. It wasn't for lack of trying to get in-state candidates. They really didn't come forward. And if they did, there was the law that we're dealing with that does make a difference. And we discussed this thoroughly as a committee. It wasn't a single decision. It was a committee decision that the legislative session was on, and all legal people gave advice as to what we could do and what we had to follow. So we followed the law in this particular situation. And that's what I will say on that. Is there anyone else that's not... Sorry, I'm sorry, I turned the other way just as you raised your hand.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Since we're on that topic, because I didn't even know about that antiquated law. I didn't know about it, and I can say in 2020, I was the chair of the search committee for the chancellor then, and it never, ever once came up. I never even heard of it. And I missed your meeting back in November. I was out of the country, and I normally go back and will listen to a meeting, but I didn't. And I didn't know about this until I learned that there was a Nevada candidate that was ineligible. And so I've dug into this thing, and one of the things I wondered about, because it says in here, you can't ask.
We're on agenda item 7, which is discussion of the finalists. I think a comment similar to what my advice earlier about the process can be on the record, but there really can't be a full, robust discussion on that piece.
It sounds like a new business item, and we're going to have to fight through this. But thank you. We hear what you had to say.
Let me finish my thought.
No,
then.
please.
I think I want to. I can. If we, it's a very difficult decision because I think. Our former Regent Wixom was right. What is it the board wants? Three very different candidates here. Certainly nobody very traditional. I was very surprised there wasn't a prior chancellor in any system anywhere in the country that even made the finalists. So maybe we want to pause and fix the law and then go back to the drawing board too is also an option. So anyway, I'm not sure who I would want. Thank you.
Comments. I'm now going to turn it over to the committee. At this time, if anyone has any comments or statements or whatever we're at this time on item number 7. Chair Carvalho, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brager. One of the gifts that Nevada gives is I think, seasonal allergies, so I apologize for this gift I've been given today. I really want to echo what has been said previously, that I know that there's a lot of work and consideration that goes into each of our searches. And with there being 3 searches that have been going on basically simultaneously, this has been, there's been a lot of work, and I really do appreciate everything that was put into this search from both the chair and the search consultants and our chief of staff. I think it's, the work that they've done is commendable. I am very, I'm very glad that in higher education, we do have this shared governance process where we can hear what others bring to the table in terms of their background and their expertise and their opinions. And so my thoughts on this are a little bit different than what I've heard from others today. I think we set out to find someone who is system focused and can bring all of our institutions together. And for me, the person that I felt brought the most experience and who I felt most confident in was Dr. Bliss. I think that he brings a wealth of system experience that I think is very important for moving our system forward. In many ways, he already speaks our language. And I was impressed with what he brought to the interviews and the forums. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on that. Thank you.
So I will just ask, even though I do want to hear from anyone else that wants to speak, if that's in the form of a motion or a comment. Not to put you on the spot, but I just can ask that. Because I'm open for all conversation either way.
At this point, it can just be conversation.
Okay, that's fine. It was not to put you on any particular spot. Anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Regent Goodman.
So I've heard a lot of criticism, and you know, we're at a point where we really need someone who can lead this system. And I think what we also need to do is acknowledge that Patty, our interim chancellor, Patty Charlton, has done an incredible job and done incredible work. And I really value what she's done. So I think we need to definitely say that. At the same time, I think that we have initiated this search. We are moving forward. And I think that we have 2 viable candidates, that there is not a need for a pause. We already had a failed search before. And I think that we need to move forward and we need to make a decision. It's our job to make decisions. I'm as Nevada as it gets. I was born and raised here. I'm wearing my Nevada pin. I have my Battle-Born pin that I wore the other day. I'm all Nevada. I have a lot of fun in the legislative gift shop. But what I'm saying is we have to give people outside of our state a chance to do good work. We brought Dr. Kibler in here, and he did incredible work at CSN, and he was not from Nevada. But you know what? He jumped in, and he figured out what Nevada was about, and he did incredible work at CSN. So I'm kind of tired of hearing about Nevada's. I understand Nevada's unique, and with all deference to my colleague and to the chief of staff for the governor, we can bring in people that are qualified, that can do great work, that can hit the ground running and learn Nevada. And if we can all work together, then we can definitely assist them in whatever areas that they're unsure of. So I do think that there's no detriment in bringing someone in that is not a native Nevadan or just a Nevadan in general. And with that said, I personally think that, yes, I thought that Dr. Bliss was a great individual. And to Dr. Cram's point, I think he's someone that people will really like and people will really enjoy. But for me, I feel like Mr. McNair is really the individual that will take our system maybe to a new space, that will bring a different style of leadership, that will do something a little bit different, that will be innovative, that will let the academics do what they do best, which is academia, but will come in and be a leader. And I have been stressing this point for some time. I am not dismissing the fact that academia is important. I am, however, saying that we have incredibly qualified presidents and we have incredibly qualified provosts. And I think that we have an individual in Mr. McNair, and I'm sorry I'm kind of speaking funny, but it's really cold in here and I'm almost shivering. But I just really feel like Mr. McNair is someone who can take our system to the next level. And so I was impressed with that. And I have to give Regent Brager accolades for, I know you don't want it, but accolades for really having to go through this process and figure this out. It's not like we had, I would guess the people that I thought would be great for this position that were Nevadans did not apply, unfortunately. And so I'm not sure, I don't know who applied from Nevada, but I'm not sure how many Nevadans applied either. So we have to work with the pool that we're given. And I do think it's vital that we pick a chancellor to move forward. Thank you for the time.
Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair Brager. Regent Downs for the record. So I will say several things. I want to say that thank you to you and to others who put together this pool of these three people. I imagine you had many to go through, and it was probably difficult decisions to make who you're going to bring forward. I really enjoyed listening to each of them and getting their different perspectives on higher education and how they would approach the job. And I could argue for any of them. But if I had to settle on one, it'd be Dr. Bliss. I really liked his background, and I think he can address what we need here. Doesn't mean I'd be too upset if it was someone else, but if I had to pick one, again, I think they were all three people who could do the job, but I'm leaning towards Dr. Bliss.
I'm going to make a comment, then Regent Goodman asked to speak. I'm going to just say this because this is me. People were not brought forward because we needed a chancellor. People were brought forward because I felt like the system worked like it should and they were vetted, and that's why they were brought forward. I'm tough. Whatever anybody decides to do, that's what they decide to do, but I feel very confident that we have leadership within our midst, and I stand by that, but I respect everybody to the nth degree. This is my 27th year. I've been on many searches and had success. I am only one person and one vote, but I just want to say that the integrity from the search firm, from the team that worked hard on this, to the advisory committee that has listened, it's not because we haven't heard you, but we are going to bring, if we bring someone forward, it's because there's a belief in that person, and if it happens tomorrow, it happens tomorrow. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. And I'm wide open to whatever we decide to do. This is not my first rodeo, my second or my third. So I'm quite comfortable with the process and what happened. The rodeo is for one of my counterparts down there. Anyway, I just am very comfortable that no matter who sits in this seat, and it's just difficult with the way our system is, but that doesn't mean we have to wait to open it back up again, because viable candidates came forward, and wherever it goes, it goes. But thank you to everyone who has participated, has been here today, has made their comments. They are respected, but we make the final decision, whatever it might be, today and tomorrow.
I'd like to make a motion to move Dr. Bliss and Mr. McNair forward to the full board for a vote tomorrow.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Can I second? Oh,
I'll
go ahead.
second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I guess we could do a roll call to be totally. Oh, Angela, if we could do a roll call, I think it'd be appropriate at this time. Sorry, I forgot.
Brager.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ariscotta.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Downs.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, like I said, to the advisory committee, those people that spoke. Pardon me? You were heard, and we're going to go on to new business. There's a discussion here that I'm trying to ignore. Yes, ma'am.
Regent Del Carlo, I have not seen this happen before as a regent for any personnel decision we've made. So how does this process work then? And do the two candidates come back? Is there more questions? Is there questioning from the board? So really, how does this work tomorrow? Thank you.
Go ahead. I have seen two candidates come back before, not as a chancellor. But I mean, I have seen that come back before. But if you feel like you want to address that, or legal?
Regent Del Carlo, first and foremost, for today's purposes, at least, the board on your agenda did have the ability to nominate one or more individuals for it. So we're good today. As far as like historical perspective, I don't, your chief of staff may have some perspective on that. I'm not quite sure.
Any other, did you wish to comment?
Yes, if my mic would turn on. Karen Nikolajewski, Chief of Staff, for the record. I would agree. I have not seen this either. There's nothing in the policy that says the board could not ask additional questions, but there's nothing that says that it can. So I would, yes, I would look back. I would look back to the attorney. It seems to me to make sense that there would be some further discussion tomorrow, right? I mean, that would be logical.
Did you? Regent Del Carlo.
If I can follow up then. So as the search chair, and believe me, I respect the work you're doing and have done, and I'm doing the TMC search. I know the enormous amount of time it takes. So would you, as the chair, then consider some questions tomorrow? Because I don't think all 13 regents are even, oh, good, you're there. Are even able to be on today, possibly. Maybe all 13 will be on tomorrow. So,
I don't know, they didn't answer that. What I'd like to do.
Chair Breger and Regent Del Carlo, and I hate to get over, again, technical and open meeting law, but what can and can't occur on tomorrow's posted agenda really can't be discussed today within the context of this meeting. But I hear your questions, and I will work with the chair between now and then and to get hopefully some of those answers. But as far as for discussion about what can and can't happen at tomorrow's posted agenda really isn't agendized today, even though it's related.
I'm going to go to Council Martinez.
And Jimmy might have a better perspective on this as well. Thank you.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. With respect to bringing two candidates forward tomorrow, we haven't seen that in the chancellor position. However, what we could do is, the way it normally works is we're going to have, after this meeting, we would have to sit down with each of the candidates because Carrie does need a contract for each to post tomorrow in order for the board to act on that contract. So we will need to prepare two contracts tonight. The bylaws do state that the board shall have an opportunity to interview the candidates. So tomorrow the board can ask additional questions. As always, I recommend any questions that were not asked today. You allow HR to take a quick look at those questions and make sure that they're appropriate within the scope of the agenda item. And yeah, we'll make it work.
I'm gonna go back to Regent Goodman.
I just have to say, I was on the last search committee. We set forward one person and the search failed. So let's leave it to the board. Let's let the board decide. We have viable candidates here. I'm not in a space to have us kick the can down the road some more. We need leadership in this office and we need to move forward.
Susan? I'd like
Dr. Cram.
I'd like to say something from those of us who are involved in this process. I've never seen a system that involved the public more, or citizens who are interested in the fate of Nevada more. I don't see how anybody can complain about the system you've been through. Who you choose is your business. But my response to it is it's been an open meeting. Everybody had a chance to have their say. And that's exactly the way it is, and that's the way Nevada people want it to be. So thank you very much for giving me that opportunity.
You're so welcome. Mr. Martinez, do you have, so what you stated, and I just want to be very clear before tomorrow, so when Chair Carvalho opens up the meeting, that you're saying, I'm going to use the word legally, that there's nothing that stops from asking, maybe we just say 3 questions of each candidate or whatever it might be, that is something that you know can take place? I'm just throwing that out there.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. The bylaws do state that the board shall have an opportunity to interview the candidates. So I think there is some room to develop what that is. So I would recommend it being prescribed so that it's not kind of a free for all, so that's fair to both candidates. And at this point, perhaps even provide them with the questions beforehand so that there's a fair opportunity on both sides, regardless of who is asked the questions first.
I can appreciate that. And it would have to be equal opportunity. Each one would have to have the same question, which is what I'm comfortable in, which has happened in the past in something that I had to do. So we will, for right now, go on to new business. I'm kind of at a, I thought we took a vote. Don't try to change things. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so as of right now, we will, the meeting will be at 8:30. I want to say that because today was at 9, so I want to make sure nobody is late getting on Zoom, and we'll make sure we reach out to everyone. I might stay a few minutes and speak to legal, so I'm certain of what I'm doing tomorrow after Chair opens up the meeting. Anyone is welcome we have an advisory committee that is still welcome. It is going on to the committee, speaking to the board, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to go on to new business. Is there any new business?
Chair Breaker, I was just reading some body language in the room, and and maybe I misunderstood. I was trying to frantically ask our chief of staff something, and I can't hear very well. And so I think it's probably just better to ask on the record that if the person, the regent who makes the motion then later decides in the same meeting that they don't want to if we want to revisit that motion, is it possible in the same meeting? I believe that Robert's rule says that, and I could be wrong, reading something wrong, but I just want to put that out there.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. Are you asking I go back to Regent Goodman to see if she wants
First I'd like to know if that is the case.
Okay, please do that first then.
Yes.
Yeah, Chris, just generally, Chris Nielsen, and again, I apologize for losing my voice. There is a process in Robert's rules to reconsider a motion previously occurred that during this meeting. So there is a process for that, if there's an appetite for that.
Okay, and like I said, that I may have been just reading the room wrong, and so I apologize if that's the case.
No, I think we learn all the time, and I think that's important.
Thank you. Okay,
Regent
thank you.
Del Carlo? I didn't know if you...
Yeah, just for clarification, Council Nielsen, are you saying during the same meeting? You're not talking about tomorrow's meeting, you're talking about during this same meeting, right? Yeah.
Regent Del Carlo, yes, it would be after Kirk today.
Okay.
For today.
That's what I thought. I just want to make crystal clear because I'm no Robert's Rules of Order expert, but always learning.
Thank you.
So where do we stand then as far as the candidates aren't here, to the best of my knowledge?
Regent Brager, as far as my understanding is we're currently on agenda item 8, new business. If there is no business, then you'd move to public comment. If there's a motion to reconsider anything, it would have to occur, as I just advised, now, essentially. If not, we will move forward to 8:30 tomorrow morning with the 2 nominees. Candidates.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want everyone to be on the same compassionate page. Okay. Is there any new business at this time? Seeing none, We will have public comments again, and we will see if there's any public comment in GBC.
No public comment at GBC at this time.
Thank you very much. Is there a public comment in the system office in Reno?
There is not.
Thank you for that. Is there public comment here in Las Vegas? Shocking. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, and then SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. At this time, the meeting will be adjourned till tomorrow morning. Oh, new meeting tomorrow. Go ahead. It's an adjournment, not a continuation, correct?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
The meeting's adjourned. Right, 8:30.